Well, good evening, everybody. I'm quite pleased to get into it today. We've got quite a few things happening in the game at the moment, and one of them obviously is bringing in the Blacksmith, which we did yesterday, with the salsa working on him now. So he will actually now do his voiceover dialogue. See if I can get him to. He's not doing anything else at the moment because that's just in editor mode. But if I go into play mode and actually use the Gaia player to walk up to him, and then I should be able to trigger his. He should be in his idle animation. I should be able to go up to him and actually trigger the voice, and he should be blinking. He should be kind of looking around. I realized after quickly reviewing the stream yesterday, as I was putting up on YouTube, that I'd missed configuration of his eyes, so he should be looking around. I think he's blinking okay, but he's not actually looking around. So let me scoot over to one of the prefab variants. There he is. He's doing his smile. He's doing his. I can't crouch or anything. So I'm a bit taller than him for some reason with this Gaia character. Anyway, so he's doing his smile. He's actually firing off various emotes. So the emoter is what's doing a lot of the work at the moment. Let's see if we can emote config. I don't know if it'll show me when it does them. Basically, it's randomizing between a sniff, a smile, a big smile, a right smirk, an eyebrows, and a left smirk, and you can kind of see they do get mixed. So you're just getting these sort of general random events happening. If I do the play on the audio, then it'll process whichever audio source he's got, which at the moment is this one here. You require my assistance question. And that'll process that into salsa, and what you'll see with the visemes down here is you'll see these visemes get triggered. Let me see if I can just close them down, make it a bit easier to see, and take the emoter out. Okay, so you'll see it jump between these visemes as I play this. And part of the tuning on this is to adapt the dynamics so that it fires the bottom one a little bit more. Maybe it's firing these lower ones more readily than the higher ones. So there's definitely some tuning. It's pretty static. It's actually only moving between 2 or 3 of these. And I think dynamics is off at the moment. So if I turn advanced dynamics on, let's just do that and see. Okay, so we're getting a bit more of a mix, which means his mouth shape is going to change more dynamically. I need to do that out of play mode because obviously it's not going to retain that. And I probably need to go and apply those changes to the original prefab as well, just to try and store all that. So dynamics is off. I need to put dynamics on, and you can tune this further. I don't want to get into that because that's probably quite technical at the moment. I just want to have it. I just remember that I missed that, and I've got to redo his eyes. Preview config. Okay, so he's doing. Let's just check it one more time. Let's collapse these up. So I'm not worried about the other animations at the moment. I'm just trying to get his mouth to fire these on this curve. Yeah, so it's scrolling through them nice and now with the dynamics on, which is good. Now, with the eyes, so the eyelid configuration that I did yesterday, I realized looking at the video that what I did with the eyes, there's an eyes and an eyelid part. Eye configuration, I think it is, yeah, in here where there's 4 components. They're actually not to do with the eyelids. The eyelid part is to do with the eyelids, obviously, but the eye part, there's 4 of them. And they're actually for telling it about the blend shapes, for looking up what is it, up, right, down, and left, I think. And that's where this direction type upper comes in. So if I do that, I'm hoping that when I set that, I haven't actually tried this yet, so I just realized. Hopefully he'll actually start looking around randomly and moving his head a little bit more, because he's obviously going to move his head to look somewhere. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. Let's give that a go. So I'm going to, there's an eye gizmo there. Okay, so I don't really need to use that at the moment. Okay, so what was confusing is I0, so I'm going to call that I upper. Actually, let's call this left eye upper, and then we'll give it meaningful names, then it won't be too hard to figure it all out. So this one, what do I call that one? Name, left eye right. Yeah, so it's retaining these. Left eye down or lower. Left eye left. Okay, that's I1, which is I0 there, which I'm going to call left eye, just to avoid any confusion. And the eye expression is only tied to one of the eyes, so that both eyes would do the same thing, unless you, I think, you do something special with that. So if I go into this, that's left eye. I'm going to go into this one and go right eye. Right eye upper. Right eye seems to be retaining it. Right eye right. Right eye lower. Right eye left. Fingers crossed on this. Okay, so they've all been done. Now that's just the naming of them. What I want to do is actually make sure that they're actually tied to the direction type is tied to the blend shape direction. So I think there's an eye look up. Eye look. There we go. Yeah. So this is the left eye looking up. So I look up. I look down. I look in. I look out. I look up left. That's the one. I look up left. And this one will be I look up. Sorry, this will be I look left. I look up left. I look in. I think it's in and out. In fact, this is where I really need to have the blend shape on his head, so I can actually try it and see if it's, so it's left eye. I want to look right, which will be his right, which is my left. His right eye, sorry, his left eye looking right. Just a little bit confusing. So it'll be look out. I look out left. No, that's in. So it'll be look in left. I look in left. That's what we want. I look in right. I look in left. No, I look in. So it's looking in. He's looking towards his nose with his left. That's what I want to know. So left and right. Let's go. I left. Look in. I look in left. So he's looking towards his nose with his left eye. I may rename these to actually match with the blend shapes, but this one is left eye lower. So that would be I look down left. And this should be I left eye outer, because he's looking away from his nose. Left eye outer, look out left. Okay, so that should be the left eye done, and it should look around now, not just stare forwards and blink. That's the theory. Yeah, put that to the test in a minute. Hopefully I haven't wasted my time. All right, so this is the upper. So this should be eye, not blink. It should be eye, look up, right. And it should be, get my head around this, eye, look in, right. I look down, or I look lower, right. I look down, right. And this should be the outer, out, right. All right, so with that now configured, I think, let's give this a go and see if he looks around a little bit more. Otherwise, I'll have to read up on it. I'll come back to it later. I'm not going to do any more fiddling with it. If that works, I can go back to the merchant and do the same thing on the merchant, because he's done the same way, basically. All right, let's find you. I don't know that he's looking around. He's still in his T-pose, which doesn't help. It's actually very hard to tell if he is actually looking around a little bit. He's looking down. Yes, he is looking around a little bit. So it's probably, we need to increase the range a little bit. Okay, there we go. Let's put it into isometric view and kind of see. Whoa, that's bad. Okay. Yeah, the eyes are moving in and out now a little bit. Not much, but that's okay. It just needs tweaking, but at least I think it's wired correctly now. So clamp degrees, 20. So he's only going to look up and down 25 degrees and horizontally 45. Random distance extents. Eye expression. Target gizmo. No, I don't really need that. I wonder if I increase these figures. You're certainly doing something there for a second. There you go. All right, so maybe we've got them back to front. He's certainly it's in darkness now, which really doesn't help. So I've obviously wired something incorrectly, but I'm doing something right because he's now moving his eyes. So I made it horizontal 1 degree. Random. Okay. Generate a target. I wonder if that'll give me a gizmo around him. You can have a lot of fun with this. Okay, so if you watch now, I've got the skin mesh renderer selected on the full SK full body, which in this model is the head as well. In the merchant, there's a separate mesh for his head. But when you've got it selected, you can see the blend shapes firing, and it's taking those eye movements and doing them both together. You can see some of them moving a little bit. So when it's doing the left and right, those numbers are pretty small. These two here, it's not really firing them up to a large number. And I suspect it's those parameters on the angles. And obviously getting both eyes to look in the same direction, I might have got them back to front. So when he looks in with one, he's looking in with the other, and he should be looking out with the other. I think that's probably the way to do it. But anyway, so I'm pleased I've got him now doing something else with his eyes, because he's supposed to be looking around a bit more. So it's a lot of tuning. But yeah, you can see them all firing, which is great. So you can see him doing stuff even when he's in his T-pose without an animation cycle. He's still looking, at least his face is starting to look a bit more realistic. So, all right, so that's basically where I got to. I'll do a bit of work on that tomorrow before the session, and I'll then probably apply those same changes to back to the merchant, so that the merchant is fixed up at the same time, because they're from the same artist. They are wired almost identically in the same way. So I'm pretty pleased with how it's actually turned out. It didn't take too long to do it. I did discover, if you watch yesterday's stream, I did discover that he does actually have a left hand. So if you take off the glove, there is a hand that can be put on there, because one of the variants of this guy is actually, let me go to the model, the characters folder. What's he called? He's called the Blacksmith. If I load up his scene, one of the variants on the meshes is one where he's got two hands and he doesn't have the glove on. So that's how I could create different variations on him. Let's zoom to him. There. So yeah, he's got one where he's hairy, one where he's not, and I would obviously need to use this SK body one part. I'm assuming that can be just switched in. If it's just a material or something, I can probably switch that onto the character. But that was good, because I was worried that by removing the, we might want to put the glove on the ground, or on his workbench or something, and then he hasn't got a hand. So yeah, I can switch that in. So that's really good, and he's got feet. So yeah, he's complete as much as he needs to be complete. And I think I'm quite happy with how the materials turned out. They really did. It's just fantastically realistic, the PBR materials, and that's using the Quang Fan shader set from what is it called? Dawn Shader URP, and there's a Dawn Shader HDRP, and there's a Dawn Shader, which is the built-in render pipeline. I've actually got two versions of this, probably more than two versions. I've got two versions in here because a new version was released in December, so I've got that in the project to compare. I don't want to just suddenly switch everything over to the new one and find that I've got to refactor all the materials and things. So I've got it in the project to play with, and then I've got some tools that will allow me to switch shaders on materials in bulk, which will allow me to switch out the one that I want. But I want to sort of assess the impact of that shader, because it's used on all the characters and quite a few other materials as well. So the shader can have a big impact. If you just delete the shader and everything's referencing it, then you're going to wind up with a lot of pink stuff in the scene again. So I'm very careful with the shaders. Anyway, so that's the Blacksmith. I'm really pleased with that purchase. That came out really well. And as I said, I brought in the rest of the character packs that I pretty much had built up in my other project. And there's a couple here that might be quite useful. So this knighthood character you've probably seen on a stream before. The problem I've got with him is that he hasn't got rigging, but I've just noticed that he hasn't got facial rigging, and he doesn't have a mouth inside there that I can see inside the head mesh, but he does have the blend shapes, which means he does have a mouth in there. So he could have a speaking part if I can sufficiently I don't know whether I'm going to get enough control from those mouth movements. I don't know that I can make. I can do eyes closed. I can make him blink, but I can't control where he's looking. So he's going to be staring forward. Joy. That's joy. That's sadness. So he might just do some emotes, but he's not going to be doing anything particularly funky, because there's not enough blend shapes in here to properly wire up with salsa. So he's almost usable as a talking character if I can get these things to talk to Salsa properly. I don't think I will, because there's not enough in here to do it. But anyway, so that's the knighthood character. Other than that, he's pretty good. There's a medieval warrior pack here, which probably, I think there's 3 characters in this, and some of these may actually come into the pack. I think these 2 possibly will. So I wanted to just check out what they have in terms of blend shapes and things. So they don't necessarily have blend shapes on them. And let's just see, first of all, whether he's got eyes. He's got objects for the eyes. There's certainly no mouth as a separate object to control. But again, you've got to search through the hierarchy to actually see whether there's an object that's got blend shapes on it. I don't know that this one does. Lots of armor sets. And I'm not seeing blend shapes come up on these, which suggests that they don't. They've got these character controls. There's a head effector. Okay. So that must be something to do with the rigging. That's probably character control reference. That's probably the armature, I'd say. Spine 1, spine 2, neck, head, and then the controls up to the head. So I'd say that's the armature. Am I moving the wrong character around? Is that what it is? Dark Knight. Okay. No, I think it's this guy. I'm moving the Dark Knight, I think. Oh, it is that guy. That's the Crusader. Okay. So this guy's got a helmet on. I'm not totally convinced with the eyes. And I know the shader's got a bit of a problem at the moment because it's just looking horrible in this scene. It needs a little bit of tidy up, a little bit of work. But of course, putting a helmet on them means potentially that you can cover up the mouth. I can certainly put a different helmet on him. And then potentially you can have a talking part and give him dialogue and things like that. But obviously you see the face, then you want to be able to move the mouth and gesture and those sorts of things. So I'll come back to these sets. There is a peasant woman character that will be coming into the scene. She needs the shaders fixed up, so it's a similar story to the ones that we've seen before, where some of the materials are okay, like the hair in this case, but obviously the main character's got to be switched and the shaders are missing here. This one actually does have the blend shapes, so that will allow me to make the peasant woman into a talking part and put her into a lot of the scenes in various configurations, and warp the mesh a little bit to make it look different in different situations. And what else we got? We've got, I'll probably not be using the Vikings because we're not in Viking period. Possibly not even the Valkyrie, but I do want to see if the Valkyrie has blend shapes. Right, so into the head. Okay, so the eyes are separate. There is no blend shape. It's rigged to the root, but there's no blend shape on that by the look of it. There's the armature. Neck. So it stops at the head. So which means you can't control. There's no rigging beyond the head if there aren't any blend shapes on this thing. So that character won't be doing anything major in the game. It might be a character in the background. These ones here, the medieval pack here, this is actually these are the other packs from Darry Pulowski, who did the Blacksmith. But I don't think these have blend shapes on them. I actually want to check them out. They actually look really good. But I don't think they have the blend shapes on them. Let's take a head. do? Body mesh. Character control reference. That's obviously the armature. No. Having said that, he's got something covering his mouth. So that could potentially be a talking part of another character. We've already got an assassin in the game as a player character from Quang Fan, but maybe this is another guild character that you can liaise with. And obviously, if you can't see their mouth, it's not such of a problem. But making them blink might be a problem. So I need to kind of look at that. We've got the elf knight. Well, we've not really got elves in the game, so it depends on whether you can. He looks very elfy. And he's got the pointy ears. So I don't think I'm going to end up using him. But possibly like a bow and arrow or a piece of armor somewhere maybe might get used, or the spear or something. We've got a fallen knight. Again, he's got the pink shader issue. We know about that, how to fix that. Again, his face is covered for the most part. Does he have blend shapes? I don't think he does, because I don't think Darry's done it on all of the models that he's got. I think it's only on the latest ones. Hopefully, it will go back and apply this to the other ones. It's obviously a lot of work to sort of rig up the face with all those different blend shapes. They've got to be created and tested to make sure that they make sense. No, I don't think so. So a lot of these older models that he's got, the ones that have been up on the store for a while, they don't have the blend shapes, which means the talking is not going to be happening. I don't think it's the case with this one either. No. Not that I can see. Unless it's attached somewhere else on the rig. Okay, anyway. There's a witch. There's a priest. And the priest actually possibly might be useful. It's a shame we can't give him a talking part if we can't get him to... yeah, there's no blend shapes on him, and he doesn't have a mouth object to be able to manipulate, so that could be a problem. So I do need a priest, and I definitely need a monk. One of the characters in the game is Gildas, who was around in the 5 to 600s, and Gildas is a monk, so I need that character, but I need him talking, so I don't know that this is going to be the one. Hopefully, I'll get a monk of some sort. Either that, or I might have to actually do my own blend shape rigging on this one. There's an issue with the shaders in a few areas here. You can see the transparent hair isn't working. It's, that's because it's using the lit shader, and it's probably not got a mask on there, and the eyebrows and things. So there's a few things to fix up. But that's okay. I'll bring them in when I'm ready. The other big pack, I've got basically all of the Infinity PBR stuff, and this is incredible, this set. These do have blend shapes on them. So if I go to the humans prefabs, where are you? Demo scenes, that's what I'm after. Humans prefabs and humans. Let's see if I might need to fix up the shaders on some of these too. Where are you? There you are. Okay. All right. So he's got, there's obviously something wrong with his hair, but you can see he's got blend shape, lots and lots, like hundreds of blend shapes on him. So that's going to be an interesting one. There's all sorts of things that can actually control the body with these ones. So you can actually do blend shapes on. You can make them more muscly. You can love handles, all these sorts of things. So there's snarl and sniff. So essentially, some of those salsa emotes could just talk to one of these morphing blend shape morphing effects. I don't need to try and wire it up to 5 or 6 of them. It might be just a one-to-one mapping in a lot of these cases. So the Infinity PBRs probably will make up a lot of the NPCs in the game, because there's so many variations on these Infinity PBRs. There's hair, there's different armor sets. There's, I've got all the packs here basically that go with them. There's a variety of stuff that goes with this. So I've been collecting the Infinity PBR stuff for probably about 2 years, thinking that they'd be actually the main characters in the game, but I actually think they're going to work pretty well as NPCs in the game. And what else? A lot of them, a lot of the other packs that I've gone in here are animals, which could be props, but they may actually be pets in the game as well. So there's a whole, let me take that out of isometric. So there's a whole lot of animals here that will be props. The rats, certainly, that we're in plague time, so rats are going to be around. There's fishing in Exeter, so there's going to be fish. These sort of animals are appropriate. Geese, octopus, not so much. Goat, dogs, pigs. Yeah, there's a whole raft of them here. Probably not the shark and the crocodile, but the cows, the deer, all these sort of generic farm animals and field animals, forest animals. They're the sorts of things that are going to go into the scenes to actually fill them up. I've got a second pack here which has more animals. A lot of them are African, but this one's actually got a lot of horse packs in here, a lot of variations on horses and pigs and cows and goats and dogs. So there's quite a few. Let me get rid of that plane. There's quite a few dogs and cats in this one, which the dogs and cats are probably just going to be roaming around the town a lot of the time. And they've got their own animation cycles, and some of these other ones at the other end probably not so much, just because of the location. There's birds, and so it can be a bit hit and miss with some of these. I've got bird flocks, which will be quite useful to have birds in the air above the towns and villages, and you get that a lot with seagulls around water, so around the ocean. So I want to sort of bring that in. So those packs are all loaded. As I start using them, I'm probably going to discover things where the shaders need to be reapplied, but generally they're pretty straightforward, as I did in yesterday's session. If you've got a problem with shaders, a lot of the time, or the pink meshes on these, a lot of the time is just identifying the textures, switching out the shader for one that's compatible with your render pipeline, and then reapplying those textures on it, and hopefully it'll look okay in URP. There's a bat. That's handy. So that's all come in nicely. It took quite a few hours to actually copy across all those character packs in there, and I also brought across my animation packs, and also brought across sound effects and music. So the background music packs that I've got, I will be writing other music for the game and composing some stuff, but I want some placeholders to get the theme right. The sound effects, I've got quite a few sound effect packs from a whole lot of stuff, basically. Chainsaw, it's not going to be, that's probably not going to be medieval chainsaw. I think that's in one of the horror packs. But there are, horror demon. There's some really good packs here. I think Kafofo is probably one of the best audio studios for this stuff. The quality of the sounds are just fantastic. So I've merged them into a folder and renamed them all to actually make them easy to find, easy to locate. And those obviously will get wired up to a whole lot of things. A lot of them won't get used, obviously, the shotguns. It's not medieval. So, and I think what I'm going to be doing tomorrow, I've got to commit my repository, but what I've got to do tomorrow is bring in the nature assets, which I've got lots of to decorate the world. there's a lot of building assets to go in, and what was the other one? Props. So once those 3 folders are brought in, I think I've got all the assets I need in the one project ready to, use and consume through all the scenes. So yeah, it's kind of it's getting there. That it's probably the project itself is now probably, I hate to think, probably up close to 700 gig with all the stuff in it. Obviously, if you compile the program to an executable, it doesn't use all those other assets, so they don't get put into the executable. So it's going to obviously filter out a lot of those objects that are not used in the final compilation of the executable. So it will depend what I put into the scenes, really, and how many scenes. So I'm going to go back to Exeter because that's what I want to work on tonight, and just do more work around the castle and the terrain around the castle, which is very, very slopey on the inside of the castle walls. There's a couple of buildings I want to sort of fix up, and I've put in a temporary material here to replace the water that I took out previously. So the material was causing a few problems, so I took it out, and this is just a temporary water plane that's in there, just so it doesn't look pink. And I think what I want to do is bring some of the ins from the building pack that I do have, which is the 3D Forge. One of the 3D Forge packs has got ins in there, and I think the medieval village, I'll probably be using some of those assets in the scene as well. And we've got the churches already, and I might do something with this side of the castle here because it's completely open. It's not finished, so I need to do something to finish this off. And this bit here, so this is still floating, so it's not quite right. Let me just turn off the lighting like that and turn off the layers so I can actually see what I'm doing without having the post effects on it. Yeah, so I want to sort of fix this stuff where the buildings are floating and we've got grass coming into the basement of the building, so it needs to be fixed up. I'm not totally convinced that that's the best place for that tower, but it needs to go in that area somehow. I just don't know if the rotation is quite right. I think the only reason it's facing in that direction is so that this tower piece faces outwards towards the enemy. That's the only thing. If I actually remove that piece, you probably never know. So I don't know that the best way to get into the castle is through this side. So I am thinking of rotating it to this side. Would make a lot more sense. But the other thing is I've got another couple of objects in here that I would like to try and use. I just need to see how they're going to fit together. So I think they're hidden in here. So what I'm going to do is take this tower, giant tower, hide that temporarily, and just bring in these other 2 pieces. So that's one of them there. Turn off the gizmo. And just want to sort of study it and see how it might possibly be used. It may be not. So it's an entranceway with a walkway next to it, with a stairway up onto what looks like a low-level rampart. And I'm not 100% convinced that this wall is working for me. It's very, very thin. It does look like a barrier when you're walking down at this level, but I just get the feeling that it's very thin. And even if you're not seeing it from well, you will be able to see it from above, because if you walk along the ramparts, you'll see it. I think I actually want to do something a bit more substantial, and I don't just want to, scale it out. I want to actually have it, I don't know whether it's walkable ramparts or just a much, much thicker wall, like this sort of thing with these other sections. I don't know yet. I haven't quite made up my mind on that. But of course, this is the sort of thing that this might help with, because it's not a full rampart. It's like an internal city wall thing. So I may end up using that. I'm going to put that to one side. I'm just going to bring this other piece, which is a lot larger, and move that over and see if I can jimmy that into that corner, because this could potentially be the other part of the castle here. I don't know. It's like a main entrance. This one's almost like a secondary entrance. So that's got that wider entranceway into a big hall, big windows, big roof, and looks like there's a staircase or something up there. So we go in there. We've got like a little basement area, and an up and up. Window out that way, and another way up here, and another way, and then we can get up to the top level. So that's good. And another window. And this looks like probably the living area. And then an attic area. So I do like that model. I think that could work quite well. See if I can figure a way to get it into the scene. There's got nothing joining with it, so it is a separate piece. There's no other entrance ways in or out of it. It is basically the front entrance, so it's not going to join onto this piece, but I might be able to jimmy it into position somehow. So let me have a think about this. And this may mean moving some of these Bailey walls, which I may end up redoing anyway. All right, so let's have a think about this. I do know that I need to do something with the floor here. This entranceway is hovering at the moment. But we've got an archway there, so potentially you could come out of here into there and go through into this thing. But this looks, yeah, it looks like that would be a main welcoming area. Of course, it could just be a separate building. And I do want to kind of keep it inside the inner bailey, which may be a bit tricky. All right, let's just see where that goes once we put in the giant tower again. Yeah, I think I'm going to flip the giant tower around because I want the entranceway on this side. Just think that's the more realistic scenario, that you're on this courtyard area. You're going to go in the tower. I'm going to put him out of the way. I'll come back to that. So now the question is what to do with this part. This thing here is actually typically joined up with a rampart. So if you go up those stairs, you're into a rampart section that then finishes nowhere. Wonder if it could go through. Question is whether I can actually make any use of that, or just take that bit out, that whole section. This part in here is actually not designed to be traversable generally in here. It's just a hidden block that I think it's got a collider on it. It's got a box collider on it, so you can't get in there at the moment unless you remove it. Potentially could be walkable, but what to connect it to, that's the question. I don't necessarily want to create another huge rampart section. So plenty of ramparts as it is. So let me have a think about that. This one here doesn't have any ramparts on it. Let's have a look at the pack and see what else is possible to go into these buildings. Let's have a look at these. Okay, I'm pretty sure I used that in a few places as part of other models. Could be, maybe not. Let's move that up a bit. Move that down a bit. Okay, that's better. All right, balcony, balustrades, building 1. So that's quite a large tower section. Again, it's just got a single entrance, so it's, I think, the bigger version of this thing. Building 2, that's this one. Building base, so that's for quite large buildings, square buildings. Building base, obviously layers that you can build up. Okay, wing entrance. Okay, well that could join 2 parts. Building entrance. Yeah, I think I'd probably have to look at the demo scene for this pack and see how they've constructed it from these pieces, because that's huge. Looks like a whole castle section. So that's an alternative one to the one I've used there. I think, actually, I think the one I'm using in here is actually embedded in this object. This is a prefab. This is a nested prefab. So I think this building that I'm using is actually part of this bigger prefab, by the look of it. Main entrance. There's so many parts to this thing. Grand hall. Yeah, okay, so that grand hall part I think I'm using here, which is joined to this piece, so that's part of it, by the look of it. Yeah, grand hall with the turret extension, that's the one I'm using at the moment. Yeah, that's the one I'm using at the moment, because that's got this piece here. It's getting more complicated. That's the thing that's worrying me, is I want to finish this piece and actually finish this part off. I need to find the right bit that's going to plug into that. It's obviously nice staircase for various. I'm not quite sure how that's going to plug together with stuff. Ground floor, main entrance steps. Okay, that looks quite fancy. I think I might be using that on the other side over here somewhere. Yes, I'm using that against the building as a way to change level. Side entrance. Okay, I think I'm using that here to get through the inner bailey wall. Yep, that's that one. Small roof. Okay, so they're the building parts. So floors, platforms. Maybe it's platforms. Okay, that potentially could be a way to change height. Let me take this prefab and just see if I can figure out which pieces actually need to come out here. The Grand Hall Rampart extension. Okay, so I could potentially take that part out. I'll be left with that, which exposes the basement all the way down to the basement door. So I don't necessarily want to do that. All right, I need something on the end of that. Maybe it's a tower, turret tower with 3 connection pieces. Hard to tell without making that screen bigger. Okay, so that's got entrances on 2 sides. I need one that's got entrances on 1 side, I think. Okay, so that sort of thing. Yes. Yes, that sort of thing. I think that's what I'm after. All right. And I'll fudge around with these other parts in a minute. I'll move them out of the way. Give them some space. I'll probably have to move the Bailey wall to make this work, but I need to finish this this section here. Come on, where are you? There you are. Okay. Is that right? Well, that's not quite right. So it's intersecting too much. And that is almost working. The height's a bit out. Okay. Yeah, okay, that could be pretty close though. Let's see if we can fangle this into position. It works at that level, it doesn't work down here. Okay, that step could work. Alright, let's give that a go. Okay, so there's a step up there that's a bit excessive. Possibly. Let's bring this up, bring this out. Then at least there's a step. I think there's a bit of a staircase up into it, so that might make that workable. I have to channel out a bit of ground. I think that could work. Okay. Let's look at the look of it. Looks reasonable. Yep. And the question is, does it ruin the work I did down here with this basement piece? No, it hasn't ruined it. Good. The black shouldn't be like that. That shouldn't be shiny. So that needs to be unlit color. That should work better. Okay. All right, so it hasn't ruined the basement, which is good. Come out of here. Yeah, that looks good. Joins up with the wall a little bit. So I could actually, perfect. Fits just inside that boundary reasonably well, actually. Just bring up a bit of the terrain to cover that. If you can get into that gap, good luck, you're going to get stuck in there. So that's potentially a hazard. Because I think you can get through this gap. Alright, but at least it's actually finished off on that side now. Bit of a jump there to get in, which I might need to do some of the step to get up to that. But at least that part's now finished. That's good. Okay, save. And so the next thing is whether I can actually add that other, either this or the big tower. And I'm feeling this belongs better. It's popping out through the wall. Of course, if you're looking out through the windows inside, you're not going to see anything. You're going to see the rampart walls, which make a great deal of sense. That might just be the height of them. It is certainly protected in there. That can be channeled out to change the height. Have a staircase down into it. Maybe. If anything, it's likely to be higher though. That's probably more likely. Okay, so the problem is on the other side of this, what it's doing there. Okay, so it's only popping through a little bit, so that's not too bad. There we go. Alright, so that could work. So we've got a tower, we've got a gap to fill, some gaps to fill here. Possibly a little bit of channeling out to do. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is put it into the player character mode and just with the Gaia character and see if I can navigate in and out of this tower piece and this new section, and I'll use that in place of the giant tower because it's, other than going up and down, doesn't do anything. Whereas I think this is more where the residents would be, and this would be, you know, a different section. So that's that giant tower still in place. Okay, here we go. All right, so that's looking pretty good. I'm going to change the weather system just so it doesn't go into a night cycle at the moment, because I just need to see the days moving forward too quickly for my liking. Where are we? Enviro. And let's put it into none. And hours. Let's get a reasonable. That's better. Okay. Shouldn't change time now. So let's have a look inside this one. We've got some rain coming in. We can't get down. Should we dig out that bottom part? So far so good. And then we're up to the top part, which I'm not sure what would be in the attic. Maybe a mage. Oh, we've got a mage's tower anyway, so we're not going to do anything. All right, so we've got a residential part to the tower now, part to the castle, which is important, which I didn't really have before. sort of had all these halls, but not places to live. So, all right, so let's now check where I can get stuck. I can certainly drop down there, which is potentially a bit of a problem. So I need to do something with that. Can't quite get in there. Maybe I can. A bit of a height change to deal with. That's okay. And that's blocked off on that side, so that's good. I can't seem to get in there. Not with the Gaia player controller anyway. All right, so let's check out this new area now. So this goes now through to this new tower section. And I should let a bit of light in. And we can come out and we can go into this part. Cool. All right, so that joins up okay. And they've got a bit of a step there. A little bit of a staircase would sort that out. A step or two. Okay, so we've got another tower section here. And presumably here we can get up onto the roof. And I could put something up here, potentially, to extend it. I'm concerned that the player can jump off, or can climb on these roofs and jump off a roof and wind up stuck down between a building and the rampart wall. So I need to do something to prevent the player getting stuck somewhere. That seems to be working okay. Yeah, that sort of area there. In there, that's where I'm worried. Yeah, if the player falls down there, they are screwed. Because they can't cheese their way out of it. Yeah, game over. Forever over. So that's not a good place to get stuck, so I need to do something. Probably don't need the fire on that side. There's probably quite a few optimizations to do with these building pieces, because then you know, you don't need windows on this side if you're looking at a wall. So yeah, there's a few. At least I know what now I need to fix. Now I've got a day-night cycle on this thing. I might just change. Let's change it to none. Yeah, so if I put it in play mode, it should just stay the same time of day. You get different weather effects, but it's not going to go into a night cycle straight away. All right, so that's good. I need to do something with this basement area down here. That doesn't look great there. Okay, so I need to move that out a bit. Possibly a bit more. Okay, so that's not colliding now. Hasn't gone through that wall. Has a little bit gone through this one, so I can bring that level up. Okay, so that could work. May not necessarily need the floor in here. So some of those parts of that prefab, yeah, it's on the other side of the wall, so probably those parts aren't required for what I need. But I think I need this piece. That's actually the main base for the thing. All right. Let me bring up these levels and just start working from one area. Get rid of. So I'm not deleting these parts, I am just deactivating them in the prefab. But I'm also not applying them back to the original prefab, so it's only going to keep these as instances in this particular scene on this particular set of objects. So just hide the things we don't really need in the scene. I do want to keep that piece, I think, yeah. Okay. Now turn off these ones. What else we got? Anything popping back into view? No, I think I've got all the... there's a cobblestone one there. I need to take that one out. Okay. And this guy. Fence wood. Okay. He's on the other side. All right. So the question is whether to keep the base. I don't really necessarily need the base. I don't think it serves any purpose for what I'm doing, because the terrain level is what's holding the player into the world. I'm going to bring up that terrain level at this level anyway, so there's not going to be anything underneath here that's of value. Yeah, I think that's probably the easiest thing to do. Then there's nothing. Okay, so there's a couple of things there. That is down here. So that's that one turned off. That is this guy. Turn that off. What is that? That looks, yeah, there's poking through. Get rid of that. Okay. So the ground piece is that. Are they needed? Well, not necessarily. I don't know that they add anything other than complexity. They certainly cover a part of the building where there's a gap underneath, but the ground can do that. Yeah, I'm almost thinking to not use them because I'm using them in this sort of courtyard area anyway. Could certainly use those fences in a few places. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do there. All right, so apart from these ferns sticking around somewhere. I think the fire is going to come out of these braziers wherever they are. So if there's one there, that's where it's going to happen. That I think I want to rotate and move out and up. And just suggest to the player that this is not a place where they need to go. They're not going to find anything interesting down there. Not yet, anyway. Let's duplicate that. Rotate you around and put you in. better, I think. Not exactly a barrier, but it might just put people off bothering to explore it if it looks like it's cordoned off. But of course what I want to do is jump the fence and actually go in this area, because this is where we get into the dungeon. Okay, happy with that. Let's move you out of the way a bit. And so the question is what to do with these sections here. So I don't know that they're okay, so they're covering underneath the window, so they kind of do play a role, but I could stretch them down, I think, pretty easily, just to set them into the ground a bit. Just make sure we can't see it from the inside. That's what I've got to be careful of. I'm editing the only one of the meshes in the level of detail, so as I scroll out, oh God, as I scroll out it's going to change. Not changing very much. Or did I rescale the whole thing? Maybe no, I think I rescaled the whole thing. Okay, maybe it was just one part of it. So I want that guy, but I want that thing. No, I do want that piece. I think I just want that piece. So it's actually not a lot. This one I don't think has a LOD piece. Oh, it does have a LOD piece, but it's only the slats at the top that have the LOD. So I can rescale this, and this one LOD piece will get used the whole time. It's got a collision, so you can't walk into it. So that's that box shape that's there. But I'm only resizing the base, so that's actually going to work pretty well. Okay, cool. Let's just make that deeper and chuck him down. I'll do the same on this one. Alright, so the issue then is what to do with these pieces to avoid someone getting in underneath the building and stuck in between the wall. So maybe it's a barrier. The other answer is to just join the wall to the building. And of course you can get up on this tower, so you can look over, so you don't want to look too ugly. You know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to actually use that building as that side of the building there as the inner bailey. So have this curl in around, maybe even to the tower, and then from the tower to here, and maybe even then join the wall from here. So basically this these two parts of the building form that part of the bailey wall, which means the windows can then look out, and then join this part of the wall and straighten that up. I think that's what I want to do. It doesn't look realistic at the moment. So I don't think I need you or you. Not totally convinced on that one yet. And I think that could come out there. Okay, that could possibly work. Yeah, I think that could work. And then the question is what to do on this side here. So you still need the inner bailey, but it can be the wall is high enough to make, it's almost as high. The window area here is almost as high as the wall anyway, so you might as well just have this part forming the inner bailey. So the question is whether I take, is there anything interesting in there? Not really. What is going on with that one? Why is that? I've got a duplicate piece in there. Yes, that's the piece I put down there. Yeah, okay. Which I actually don't think I need at all now. So this guy. That one. Get rid of that. Don't need that piece. Okay. So, question is whether I need to can I just bring the bailey wall and finish it at this edge of the staircase here? Possible. So the wall curls around, joins here somehow, and then you don't have a bailey wall here because you've got the outside of the tower, and then have a wall section in here between these two. Something like that. I think that's probably more like what I'm after. Of course, I do need something on the back of this to make that work. Certainly make it a bit more interesting. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I do think this is going to be a better solution. It's going to require a little bit of fiddling. Definitely need to bring in the base section of this guy or something underneath him now. Where are you? You're over there. Okay. The ground level could make that up. So I can close that gap with ground and slope it, then would be barely noticeable. Same here. So I just need to finish this part of wall and bring that into there, I think. in a way that makes sense. So probably get rid of those. Maybe angle this in. That's rotation's all screwy on this, so just going to go back, redo that. That's going to be a problem. Okay, let's do that again. Quite enough. Okay. Making a mess, making a mess, making a mess. Take that out. Not convinced about that. I'll best to finish that piece. Maybe you just join it with this wall. That's probably the answer. Oh God, I'm over there. Why am I messing with that? All right. What did I do with these ones? Ah, that's the one I want. Okay. All right, so let's take this guy, move him into position, and have it come in to join this wall around this one. I think that's the answer, which is I think what I had to start with, but I just finish it differently. Maybe we'll let the player get in there, but they can get out of there too. It's not going to tell them anything when they get in there, but it will allow them in and out without breaking it. Good. should be able to get through that gap. It's not going to do them any good because it's not going to go anywhere. So this will then rotate in, close off that gap. So it's just a dead end. So the next question is whether or not this wall, penetrating through this wall, can be seen from the staircase. Yes, it can, but it's not really too much of a, not a big problem. I'll just rotate it a bit out, just tiny bit. It's hard to tell, just looking at bricks all over the place. It's hard to tell which parts from which model. Something ugly happening there. Maybe it is better to pull it out more. Just a tad more. So the tower's really not forming it, but this building here could, I think. So if this piece is positioned well, you might be able to close that gap to this building. I think that's the answer. So do it very, very carefully. Is that it? It's pretty close. That's pretty close. That's really close. All right, so if I stretch that, if I can make it a bit wider. That's not going to work. It's a rotated piece. That's something's happened to the orientation of it, and I can't stretch it in the right dimension at the moment. I can certainly make it slightly bigger. Drop it down. Okay. You can't do anything there, and ground will prevent you from doing too much there. And then we can bring the ground up, hide the bottom of the building, and work from there out. Cool. All right. So let me join up this piece to that wall. I might stretch it first. Oh, God, the rotation's horrible on this. I mean, at the moment, I'm sort of prototyping. I'm not totally convinced on this, so I'm rather than using grey boxes to sort of prototype this stuff, I'm using the real buildings. God, this fiddly one. What's going on with that? It's doing some weird stretch. Yeah, that's kind of the look I'm going for. Okay, that's a problem. Okay. Hopefully I've not got this cascading problem where I've got to edit every bloody piece just because I've moved one. Alright, there should be a bit more space to work with. Okay, that could work. Alright, let's have a look. As a player, that's too high for a start. It's better. Okay, as a player, come along here, jump over there, nothing to see here. I can jump over this, nothing to see here apart from all the secrets down in the dungeon. That's all working good. Alright, and I can also can't get into that tower from the outside. I have to go through the castle so I can see that there's an entryway in there, so I can see that there's a staircase, but I can't get through that gap. I'd have to go through the actual castle to get to that, which is fine. So the only thing I really need to fix here is this thing. That doesn't look quite right. Drop him down. And this one. But I'm going to pick up the ground level too. So I think I'm going to do the ground level, bring that up, slope that off, and then tidy up. I think it's the answer. Let me actually just correct this thing. Yeah, I think it looks a lot better with the castle actually forming part of the inner rampart, the inner bailey. You look out over the bailey. Let's just need to realign some of these, and I think what I'll do is because these line up nicely, I think I'll just start correcting it from here somewhere. Reroute it just a little bit and then try and move into position. So from the top there, almost right. Okay, let's see if there's any gaps. Overlap here. Okay, it's the last bit that's going to be trickiest, I think. Okay, it's going a little bit into the wall, but if I take these, can I shorten them a bit? Yes. And the orientation hasn't screwed up too much, so that should be good. Let's just get this lined up a bit better. Okay, that's looking pretty good. I've got that going into the wall. Can it be seen from the inside? If it can't, I'm not bothered. Doesn't look like it. It's not injecting inside the room, so it's not affecting anything at all. So that's fine. Cool. All right. So the ground level there is the issue. Is it feasible just to add something underneath that? Perhaps. Maybe not. I think what I want to do is actually take take one of these and move it down and move it out, and this is going to be a cover effectively for it. Make it a little bit bigger. Potentially we don't even need these pieces in here. Not doing anything. Okay. That could work. A little bit of rotation on it, and it should fix that problem. Cool. That didn't quite work. Yeah, they need to be pushed back. Cool. All right, that's cool. Take that guy down. Actually, brick corner. That's what I want to duplicate. Take him down. Yeah, that's right. Unlikely to have big pieces of brickwork that are just suspended in midair. I mean, it does happen up there, but I don't think it makes sense to do it down here. You'd actually start with a base. All right, so that's looking okay. Don't like that. Okay, they've got single-sided shaders on that, so maybe that ridge has got to go. Okay. I'm starting to break stuff. Okay. That's probably the last bit of fiddling I really want to be doing with this. I don't want to distort them too much and stretch them because it's going to look, they'd look stretched. So trying to sort of balance that with covering that gap without having to mess with the terrain. It's a trade-off of one thing versus another. Okay, and terrain is still pretty good. That's a bit weird with that sticking out, but that's okay. It's just a corner piece. All right. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Look from this side. Yeah, okay. So I should be now able to bring back in some of this base for this piece. No, that's not it. Where are you? Down here. Ferns. Okay, we'll bring back in the fern. Props, fence wood. Yeah, okay. Torches. Filter cube. Okay, so there's the cube. Alright, so the question is what to do on this side, and I'm thinking to actually bring the terrain up on this side, because you wouldn't know once you're on the other side exactly the difference in the terrain. Just slope this in, I think that's the answer. That's the terrain brush, paint, raise. got to do something with this area because it's not looking that good at the moment. Need to do something in this area. I haven't quite figured out what. Okay. That's a little bit something happening there. I'll just undo that. Oh, that's strong. Okay. Okay, looks okay. It looks reasonably well concealed. No one will ever know. Unless they watch this channel. Okay, so I really don't need this guy at all. They're okay. Right. Yeah, I think I'm much happier with that configuration. Just makes a lot more sense, I think. If you're living in the castle, to be able to look out the window and see into the outer bailey, but the inner bailey as well. Right, so this area here, I'm just going to have to do something with this to make it blocked off. Masonry pillar. Okay, so let's grab that. Duplicate that down. Yeah. Actually, the collider's not a problem because you're not going to be able to get in there anyway, so they don't need to do anything with the collider per se. I don't like the way it's flashing. That's ugly. Okay, maybe what I do is scale that. Drop it. There's two of them in there. Why are there two doing that? I've already duplicated it, that's why. Alright, do it again. Rescale you. And you'd never know. Okay, that's one part solved. That looks a bit odd with that fern up there. Let's put you on the ground where you belong. I'll do the same resize thing, hopefully with this piece. No, that's going to be, actually that's poking through, so that doesn't really need to be there. I see, okay. Potentially resize you, drop you down. Are you visible? Nope. Not visible from that side. You're only visible from the bit that matters, which is there. Cool. Alright, I don't need to mess with the terrain too much. Right. I think what I want to do is do a quick test now and see how this plays. need that one. It's not really doing anything at the moment. It's fine. Ferns are looking okay. Right. I'd love to do something with this bit. Anyway, that's fiddling. That's for another day. All right, so now we've got this area here. That's good. Oh, we need to channel out in the basement part of this thing. Okay, so terrain, edit, smooth, raise lower, and we need a small area. Oop. Like vacuuming it all up. It's a weird sensation when you're editing the level like this. Now, the question is, where does this go? Okay, so that's this part. I can't remember where this part actually lands up. Can't keep going. Come on. Where are you going? Of course, I need to be careful that I'm not screwing up the terrain outside the tower. So that's why I'm going almost vertical here. Because I suspect it will screw up something out here very, very easily. So that's okay. Let's slope that. It's got a step on it anyway. That's supposed to be grotty in there. Yeah, okay. I think I know where this is going. Let's increase this a little bit. Speed up the process slightly. Yes, this is where I think I wanted to be. Okay. Now in theory, we go through here. Or do we? Are we in the right place? Oh yeah, okay, so that's through that one. Okay, I know where I am. I know where I am. Okay, so I'm going to come out underneath in a slightly different area here. So I do want to expose this. Okay, let's just check what this is doing outside the tower. Okay, it's sinking the ground a little bit there. Not too much, I can fix that. Okay, cool. Ah, a doorway. Interesting. Right, I've got to be careful here because I could be screwing up what's above it. That's the area I need to protect in there. I don't want to be screwing with that. That should come out here, fine. Yep. Okay, so the ground's sunken in a little bit, but I think I can sort that carefully. That's one area. And then the other one is in the tower. So you've got to go up here, through here, down here. And possibly out that way into the castle. Yep. Okay, so that works. Keep going down, keep going down. Could go that way, which could be like a food store or something. I don't know what's going to be in there. Keep going down, keep going down, keep going down, and then we've got awesome. Right, okay, so I need to just get rid of that piece. And then I'm going to put a couple of doors in here. There'll be a door here and a door there, which will take you to different levels. Right, so there'll be a fake door in front of that. And probably the same thing here. Does it go anywhere? It's on the other side of that. I'm going to undo this. What's on the other side of that? Okay, it's that part. I see. Alright, so let me see if I can smooth this out without screwing up what I've just done on the inside. Let's start with that. make it interesting. So you need some slopes. It can't be all flat. So the brush I'm using here is this first one, which basically means it's not dithered at the edges, so it'll smooth right out to the edge of the circle, where the other brushes, it's only going to really do the most of the smoothing in the middle. So I'm just trying to really control that smoothing and try and get it even. Just increase the strength a bit more here. Whoop, too much. Way down, way down. Still a bit too much. That's too much. What's going on with that piece? Are you adding any value? No, not really. Not much. Terrain. I'll fix it with terrain. That. Okay, that's in the castle. Rose lower. Oh, microphone's in the way. Right. It's starting to get there. This is sloping a little bit too excessively for my liking, but I've got some plans, I think. I can disguise that. Just want to smooth it a bit more. should look okay from the inside. Door's going to go on there, so that's going to conceal that anyway. So 2 doors out. Yeah, that should be okay. It's fine. So what I need is a prefab. Cliffs, I think it is. Visible from the inside. This is no, it's not. Okay, that's good. All right, let's see if we can jimmy around with this and conceal it some other way. Poking into the wall, that's no good. Yeah, that's good. There's something in there. Is that the same one? No. Okay. All right. Now I can just fudge around with the terrain around that without worrying about it too much. Oh, that's not good. Too big. Okay, I'll fudge him with that one. Okay, so there's potentially... Okay, now the player can get in there. That's interesting. Yeah, I know where that is. Okay, I've dug that out too much. So that's the area where the basement is. Okay, so I need something in there to stop that from being a thing. Shouldn't be able to see in there. Should be just blackness. So I think if I'm careful, I can raise the terrain. Very, very carefully. Not smooth. Raise. And you never know. Okay, I think I can smooth that out. Can you see it? Is the question. Nope. Cool. Smooth. Totally happy with it. To tell you the truth. Oh, I could use the set height to fix that, I think. So if I do shift, yeah, there we go. Smaller. Can't get down in there anyway, so that's fine. So, I think I'm just going to fudge it with something. A rock, maybe. Not a big rock. Should just about do it. Ah, got a bit of texture. Okay, so the ground is actually dropping away too far there. I need to raise that slightly. Hopefully it doesn't screw up what's going on down here. That looks okay. I hate to think what the train actually looks like when you remove the building. Actually, I wonder if I can do that. Okay. It's not quite as bad as I thought. Because you don't get into this area. This area is behind the scenes, backstage. You don't know about this bit. So that looks okay. Alright, so we've got some rocky rocks there. And nothing really to see here. Need to smooth that out. Should do a raise and lower, and I can set height. That's what I'll do. Yeah, let's move on. Train's a very finicky thing sometimes, particularly when you're trying to channel something out like this. It's just really fiddly. Okay, that is not a problem. Yeah, that is. Okay, so good. So I think what I can do is raise that bit. Set height. Come on. Is that a problem? Maybe not. No. Yeah, that worked. Okay, that looks like that's concealed. A little bit manky. Let's smooth. That's good. Right. It's a little bit interesting, bit of a slope. Stuff to explore. Shouldn't be able to get through. Shouldn't really be able to see too much through there. This should still look okay from this side. Yep. It's good. And if you're in the stairwell, 2 more doors to go to places. Let's see if we can grab some doors for this. Perfect. That'll do. That'll do nicely. So that'll have some interaction thing on it. To be able to click it to go through that door. Drop it down a bit. Probably inset it a bit more. Yeah, that works. That's better. Yep, cool. Alright, so that works. Nice. So now we just need something for this thing. And I think I might do what I did before with the other tunnel thing, this thing here. Although I'm not totally convinced about that. Let me see what I can do with these. Okay, we should be able to find something that's going to work in here. That's cool. Medieval masonry, door ornate. Okay, that's cool. I think this might be from the village, the medieval village set rather than the castle set, but I think that could convey what I want it to convey, which is this goes to somewhere important. let's take you out. So you're this one, door on 8. And I don't really need this. Just need that. Right, that's better. They don't both fit in the scene that well, so I'm not totally convinced with this one. Guy asset samples 3D. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to try a different door in place of this one, just to make it fit the scene a bit better. Prefabs. Rio door. Ah. Okay, they might work. Right. Wooden, right. Okay, so if we take that, can we? Wooden albedo. I'm not totally convinced about the look of it. I need to kind of. What I'd like to be able to do is use this wood on that material. I wonder if I can do that by grabbing this guy. Grab a second inspector. Masonry walls, 4K. Material, put that in there. And it's not going to work without the mesh. Okay. So we need to change that wood texture, I think, to something else. Let's just see if I can find another. If it's just wood panels, that should work. Okay. All that. That's better. Wood burned. Am I wood burned? Okay. And so why is the other one not doing that then? Oh, it's because I've got it locked, that's why. Inspector, am I wood burned? Burned. Nope. Ah, it's the other material on this one. Okay. Burned. That's better. A little bit better. Okay. That may do for now. I think that's... I'll come back to that because I may find a better door. At least it's a placeholder for a door. I'm not totally convinced about this one. And the problem with these ones is they're completely flat meshes and they don't really look the part unless you use a normal to kind of make these objects pop out. So I'm not overly impressed with that. There's got to be a door in there somewhere. Okay. Yes, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Short, tall, animated. Interesting. Okay, let's put this guy in. Yeah, that's going to work so much better. Okay, I think this is from the detailed medieval village pack, which is why it fits with the castle, because they're done by the same guys. So yeah, I mean, you see the quality of the texture is just awesome. Let's bring this guy up and out a little bit. Okay, that being the case, maybe I can find curved, short. If that would work in there. Yeah, that would work in there. So I don't think I need this fudge anyway. You go there, I'm going to use this one. She got the hooks for it there, so that looks good. Stretch it out, make it bigger. I'm going to do what I did before, which was to put a black cover in there so you can't see behind, but you get a sense that there's something there. If I can find the piece, there it is there. Let's plonk one of them in there. Did you go in? No, you didn't. is it? Is it single-sided? Ah, there we go. That's better. Just a hint that the door might be cracking open. Okay. That's the other one, so I need to bring that one over here. Which means I can now crack that door open a little bit and make it a bit more interesting. And not worry about seeing the terrain behind it. Cool. Nice. Yep. Okay. That looks like that belongs now too. That's good. Awesome. All right, I think it's going to be time for a test run in a minute. That stuff looks... Don't really need it there anymore. Yeah, I think I can get rid of that. Let's do a set height. Cool. Has it screwed up anything? Not really. That's okay. Yeah. Alright, I think it's going to be time for a quick play test and see what issues I can find in and around the castle that just don't look right. Gaps, you know, places where I can get stuck, places where I can see through the terrain or between a building where it shouldn't be visible, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I'm much happier with that. I think that works on a much better level than it did previously. So I'm totally happy with that terrain, but I need to do something out here with the terrain because it's too boring. It needs a bit of interesting stuff. So that's okay. Someone's switching in and out here. Okay, so these things, they are hidden. And I don't want that. Okay, so I need these guys. Lot zeros. Lot zeros. Okay. So I think I do need them just to be consistent. Cool. There's a little bit of oddity down here, but I think I might just copy some rocks over from the other side where I was using that as a feature. It's fairly near it, so I think that's going to be the answer. Let's just do that now. Bit of set dressing. And you'd never know. Apart from you see that. Yeah. Cool. Just a little bit more natural. Cool. All right, time for save. I think I've saved for about an hour and a half. Let's give this a go, see what we can find that's broken. Oh, we've got snow. Nice. Okay. Where's my Enviro? Oh, that's the one I want. So we're stuck in time, but it's going to still rotate through weather patterns, I think. I don't think the sun's moving. The weather's moving, but the sun's not moving now. Okay. So the other thing I wanted to do was audio controls. Let's just boost up the weather volume a little bit. Okay. All right. Let's go and have a look at the castle. And of course, I've got this extra tower in here that I may not use. I may use it. I don't know. I'll think about it. Okay. Let's check this bit out. That's looking pretty good. We can't get in anywhere that we shouldn't be getting. going this way though. All right. It's all good. Did that have a collider on it? Ah, there's no collider on that. Okay, so that's a problem. So I think I've copied the mesh but not the collider, which is why that's not blocking me at all. It does get very dark in this area, so I might bring some of those lights across. Okay, I can see into the stairwell. I can get around here. I can't do anything. Nothing to see here. I can get in here. Looks like a bit of sunlight from somewhere. Oh, okay, so it's open above me. All right. It's very dark, so I need to do something about that. Okay, so the way to get into that tower now is to go in through here. You should be able to look out and see not a great deal. That's cool. Across the castle. Okay, I need a step there. Right, let's see what those doors look like at the bottom of the stairwell now. Okay, that's the area that I cleared out. That might be like a food store or something, I don't know what it's going to be. Something happening there with the rock. And we've got the doors. Cool. Again, I think I need some lights around here just to light it up a bit because it's a bit dark, but yeah, it's the look I'm going for. Cool. And I need a step there or something. Is that supposed to be like that? Yeah, that is, I think. Cool. The sun shaft's coming through the window, that's cool. Seems to be performing okay, considering what's in this overall scene. I don't know how many objects are here, but it's quite a lot in the overall scene, and there's no optimization on it yet, other than some level of detail things. So, and Blacksmith should be standing up here doing stuff. There he is, standing his T-pose, and the merchant should be he's doing his blink cycles, and he's got an idle pose. That's good. Yeah. Oh, yeah, got to fix the bridge still. Okay, just about get under the water with that. It's about how deep I wanted it there. How did the river turn out? Yeah, it's still a bit flat in a few areas. I've made the bottom a bit undulating, just make it a bit more interesting. I'm not using the river auto material or the RAM material yet. I've got RAM in the project. I just haven't applied it to this yet to actually make the water flow. But I think it's coming along. It's kind of, we've got a mixture of textures painted in here now. But I've got a pack that's going to be doing the underwater look as well. So if I show you actually which pack that is, have I got it on this? I don't know if I've got it in this project. Underwater effects, I think it's called. Procedural worlds, special effects, crypto effects, water system, demo scenes. I don't think I've got the rest of the pack in there actually. I think it's just crypto effects. I'll bring it up on here. This one here. Crypto effects. Water. Nope. Crypto. Should just go to my own assets. Crypto. Ah, God, what's it called? I know that's the publisher. Crypto 289. Okay, so I've got the crypto water system. This is more for the waves. Yeah, I think this demo scene is probably the one to look at. So this sort of effect that he's got as you go underneath the water, so the camera lens is partially submerged. That just looked brilliant. Like you can see on top of the water, and then underneath the water, it's got a different shader effect. And the moving water. So that's the effect I want on the river. I just want to be able to apply it. Right, so I want to look up on the doco. But it supports URP. This is actually a URP pack, this one. KWS water system. And the demo scenes are incredible. Just really, really realistic. So that could easily work for the shallower parts too, to give it running water. There's one with sharks in it. I think there's one, yeah, I love this scene. There's one on a beach somewhere, which also is, I think it's this one. This just looks incredible. And a lot of British beaches are not sand. They're pebbly, rocky stuff like this. So that's actually how the scene looks in the demo scene. Hang on, let me put it on high definition. It just looks totally realistic. And so I'm probably going to use this rocky beach. I think there's big sections of this are prefabs for the rocks, so you just repeat them randomly, and you can control the wave aspects, so it works really, really well. Obviously, the Exeter is not on the beach. It's on a river, so I'll probably use one of these river flavors of it. But this is a fantastic pack. I got this one on special back in October. But yeah, you can see above the water you've got one effect, and then below the water you've got another one. If you can get the camera to sit partially submerged, it's very easy when you're playing a scene to immediately jump under the water, and you're then looking at one or the other renders. But it does look good when you've got both. I don't know how that's going to work with a third-person character though. So I need to have a think about that. It is a very, very good pack. The The other one I've got is Crest, which is great for sort of being out at sea. And one of the quests in Zarktor's realm is to retrieve something. So you pay once and you just get that to use it. Yes, that's correct. So you buy the asset. If you look at the standard rules for these assets, let's just take this one that I bought here. So again, I think I got these on special. They're either 50% off or 30% off or something like that when I got them. If you look at the license agreement, they're all using the standard Unity Asset Store end user license agreement, which basically says by purchasing the asset, you can put it into your game and you can use it. What you can't do with these assets is buy this asset and then sell it to other people as an asset, because you're making money off their asset without actually enriching it in your game. So you've got to use this in your game, not just flog this asset to somebody else under a new name. So you can't repurpose it as an asset to be sold back on the asset store. You've got to create your own content. That's really where this license agreement comes in. This asset in particular is fantastic at sea. It is so it's got the physics with it. So if you've got a boat in the water, it will get sucked into these vortexes. If you create a vortex, if you've got waves, the boat will rock on the waves. And one of the this one here, it's so scary when you take a boat and you're either first person or third person. You go near the edge of this. It's really scary. So there you can see the boat moving in the waves. So if you're a character on the boat, you get seasick playing it actually. But one of the quests is actually to take a rowboat out into the ocean, find a location, jump overboard, swim to the bottom, retrieve something, get back to your boat, get back to land. So you can see how that beach scene would be the jumping off point for getting in the boat. Crest would take over when you're actually in the ocean, and then you've got the underwater scene when you jump under the water. And so it's a blend of assets that I'm using to sort of create that idea of retrieving something from the bottom of the ocean. And I'm using Invector, third-person controller, so TPC I think it's called. No, that's not it. Let's go to my list. Vector, third-person controller. So the third-person controller's got several modes, several options. So you can buy it as a shooter, which has the most capability. There's a shooter version. There's a movement version. I think there's a free version, maybe. But the shooter one has lots and lots of capability. So it's the more powerful of the three, I think, that they've got. And then there's add-ons. So there's a stealth kill that I've added, which is a free add-on. It gives you just basically an animation cycle for a stealth takedown. But the one I liked is the Invector swimming one. So you add that in, and then your player can jump in the water and swim, which of course you need if you're going to have the player retrieve something from the bottom of the ocean. So the controller would be basically controlling the character, and obviously you wire in whichever controls you want to be able to make this doable. So is it gamepad? Is it some special keys on the keyboard, or is it the mouse navigation to be able to move around? So my strategy with integrating some of these assets together to actually make them work is Invector is what's controlling the character with these other add-ons to get the benefit of stealth takedown, swimming, and a whole lot of other special character situations. What's talking to that is what's feeding in all the inputs is a product called Rewired. And Rewired is basically taking all inputs from the player, really kind of regardless of what controller they've got. So if they've got a flight joystick, they could in theory use the joystick element of it to move the character around if they chose that option. And that is going to talk to the Invector third-person controller to pass through the inputs. And this takes in VR as well. I mean, I looked at quite a few of these sort of input mappers, and this one I was quite pleased with. It's got integrations with a number of the other tools that I'm working with. So Rewired's basically the front-end user interface. It's the interface of the player to be able to provide the controls getting in, keyboard, mouse, PS4 controller, Xbox controller. So that's talking to Invector. Invector has it has an integration with the Horse AnimSet Pro. So there's actually a HAP, Horse AnimSet Pro. There's a HAP Invector plugin to make this thing work with the character controller so that you can ride horses, shoot weapons from mounted or on land. And this has an animal controller in it, which means you can switch out the horse and switch in an undead horse, or you can control animals with it. So all those other animal packs that I was talking about, they can be controlled through Malbas. You can replace the horse with the Infinity Horse, with a Pegasus or a unicorn or whatever. So basically these controller types are dealing with one specific set of actions on the character. And I think I worked this out in my little spreadsheet of my assets. See if I can bring this up, because it's hard sometimes to find this stuff on the internet where people actually share their design of the integration of these components. And I'm not completely there yet, but I've started to sort of work out. See if I can find a sheet. Okay, so this is kind of a rough mapping of the state transitions. And I did a bit of I was playing Fallout 3 at the time when I did it. And I looked at VATs, because I like the VATs, the Pip-Boy controls and those sort of things. So I was using an Xbox controller to figure out what are the inputs that the player is providing and what do they do in different modes of the game, and using that to kind of say, well, I like playing Fallout 3. If I played Fallout 3 with Zarktor's Realm, what are the corresponding actions that I would be triggering in Rewired with the third-person controller shooter melee input, which is the Invector one. So that's my kind of working out what works, what doesn't work, and it's a lot of just sort of brain dumping stuff in, really. I think integration. So working out which controls might be best for different modes of play on different platforms. Here you go. So this is where I was doing testing with lots of assets to see whether they would be compatible, whether there would be conflicts between the camera controller, dialogue system, the audio system, Fmod, Horse AnimSet Pro, the Infinity packs, Invector third-person controller, Rewired, Salsa lip sync, and a whole lot of other things. So I was plugging in some character controls here. This was very early on. This probably about 9-10 months ago, I suppose. And this is probably where it's summarized down here. Is this kind of shows the assets that I'm mostly using and how they interact with each other, I guess. So you've got the Gaia, Gina, Spawner, and Vegetation Studio providing the game world, basically, all the trees, vegetation, terrain, blah, 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 blah. That has ambient sounds with it. It used to have ambient skies, I think, but they've decommissioned that one. Sector audio for slicing up the terrain. Fmod is an audio package, so that's obviously linking in with Sector. And Salsa is the lip sync, which obviously ties into the dialogue system from Pixel Crushers. And Pixel Crushers also have these other two packs, which is the Quest Machine and the Love Hate, which is the deeds. So if you go and murder someone in a village, you can go into the village up the road and people hear about it and you have a bad reputation. But if you go to the other end of the country, they may not know about your other deed yet. So that love-hate thing's going to do some sort of deeds tracking, effectively, of reputation stuff between different parties, different villages, different towns, and those sorts of things. So that's kind of the dialogue system, and then you're on to the character and the anim sets for doing things. And I was looking at these particular characters at the time. The knight errant, the female knight, is the one I've landed on, which is the Quang Fan set of assets. So I've now got 10 or 12 of these assets. A knight errant, these ones. I'm probably not going to use UMA. I'm not au fait with it, and I want to look at it a bit more. I'm not impressed with the look of it. I need to fiddle more with it. But that might be NPCs that I use that one for. So these characters are going to be the player characters using Invector third-person controller, integrated with the Horse Anim Set Pro, taking inputs from Rewired. I did look at a product called In Control, and I actually switched for Rewired after a while. I think I bought this one first and did some testing with it, found a few gaps, so I actually landed on Rewired. And then the control system is obviously taking information from the UI. So if you have a mouse and keyboard and you click something on a screen like a spell on a spell bar, then obviously you need to be able to provide that as input into the process. And then off to the side, basically the character is going to get potentially controlled by an AI system for NPCs, various elements of camera controllers, and Pegasus, which is one of the procedural worlds products alongside Gaia. This basically does cutscenes, and it runs the camera through a scene and sort of keeps track of what you want to look at while you're sweeping through the scene. So that was kind of my that was one of my goals, really, was when looking through these assets, is how do you find out which assets fill a gap? How do you know what requirements are for these things? And it kind of just comes with experimentation, really. But that's I thought I'd share that with you, because that kind of is the technical structure of the core. Oh, and a big part of this that is missing is Blink RPG Builder, because that's providing the backbone of the, not so much the user interface, because that can be tailored completely, but the quest system is tied in with it, so it'll be linked in here. The dialogue system is tied in with it. The player definition, so what class a player has and what their stats are and what their skill points are and what their skill trees are, and the inventory system, a lot of this is coming from Blink RPG down here. So this thing actually will touch in with everything. That's kind of the core behind the scenes. So where are you? There you go, Blink RPG Builder. It's a bit pricey at the full price, but I think again, just bookmark these things. When they go on special, you buy them. And this is an incredible pack. It just has so much in it. Out of the box, my feeling is it's creating you a World of Warcraft, a single-player World of Warcraft type game, because the way the spells work, the way the spell bars work, you pick up inventory, you've got pickups, and the way you interact with it through the mouse and the keyboard feels like World of Warcraft. It's not a multiplayer thing yet. I don't think. I think Blink is working on an MMO RPG add-on to this. It might be a different product, but it starts you off with a World of Warcraft feel to the template, and you plug in your characters, you define your own spells and whatever. So I'll quickly take you through. I haven't actually done a lot of work in it with Zarktor's Realm, because most of it's building the game world at the moment. If I bring up Blink RPG Builder, so this little window up here, this scene loader, is actually RPG Builder's scene loader. And if I go to the main menu, that's actually the standard launch screen that you use to, that's the starting point for your character. And you can see it's low poly, it's kind of cartoon-like because I haven't changed it. But that's where, if I click play from my game here, it will actually use RPG Builder to launch the game and give me a character selection screen. and that's where I've dropped in a definition of my characters. So, you know, I've just plonked in a couple of logos in here. But I'll be completely redoing this screen, so I'm not worried about that. And this will create a new character. This is then pasting in one of the characters that is chosen from the list of races. And obviously I've left that one in there. So all this is RPG Builder UI. If I go in, no, she'll go into the Exeter scene. I need to pick a different character. Let's take him. Dude. So his starting level, starting area, a bit like World of Warcraft, where you've got the human starting, you know, in Stormwind area. Different races can go to different starting points in the game. This actually takes you through into the RPG. The sound is horrible. The music. So this is the starting demo level of RPG Builder. It's got a bit of dialogue. It's got interaction with pickups and things, with keys. I think, does it work with the gamepad control? No, because I think I've taken the controller off this one. And the dialogues that come up, so these panels are now using the... Let me pause that. These panels are using the Obsidian add-on to this one here. So this is basically just a UI pack that skins the user interface, and there's a skinning tool in it that allows you to just quickly apply new UI assets over the top of the Blink UI, which I really like. It's really, really quick and easy to do. But you can see here you've got socketing, enchanting, so all this stuff, pets, mounts, inventory. I don't know about mounts. Inventory, merchants, selling, buying, crafting, skill tree, talent tree, information panels on players. This is all UI elements. But behind the scenes, obviously, Blink knows about these things because you define these in your game as things that you know you're going to have. So if I go into, let's stop the play. If I go into Blink RPG Builder, once I guess you've got a game world, then and you've got some players to put into that game world, this is, I guess, where you can actually start going on what are all the items in the world, what are all the combat abilities and spells and weapons and blah 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 blah. I mean, there's so many menus in here for different things, different elements. But for example, if I show you in the general and then into races, this is where I've created the assassin, given him a type, a bit of text that comes up on the selection page, and the visual I've then dropped in the player assassin female, which is this one that is the Quang Fan asset. So you just drop in whichever prefab for your character is going to be the one you're going to use. And when they're standing on the home page, the starting page, you can give them an animation controller that will do something funny on, you know, do something special on that selection page. So they might wave at the player or something. So this is where you're defining races. And in my world, the races are all human. They're well, apart from the necromancer who's part human. I'm using the races as classes, effectively, with a male and a female variant. I don't have elves and dwarves and those sorts of things in Zarktor's realm. So that's where the players are defined. But you can see here that you can add. There's your game scene, so where they spawn, where's the spawn position, what faction they're part of, and then you basically just build up all these other things. What flavor of weapon templates do they have? And of course, these are all cross-referenced. So it's a database behind this that you can back up. So you can have this thing called classes, which I might use for subclasses, a little bit like Dungeons and Dragons, where you've got different subclasses that you can specialize in. Loot tables, merchant tables for, currencies, crafting recipes that you can define what skill, what stations are going to happen, what ranks you might get in it. I mean, there's a lot of development behind here that is literally just putting stuff into. This is all the stuff that you typically put in a spreadsheet, but it's probably quicker just to put it straight in here and give it an icon and actually start, press play and start using that item in the game rather than in a spreadsheet somewhere where you're waiting on somebody else to do something. You can give it a temporary icon, temporary UI icon, and obviously you can give it a mesh associated with it somewhere. So there's the item there. So that's a 3D item, and yeah, it's very, very powerful. Basically, you can build your game around this. It out of the box, it gives you a starting point, but yeah, I'm really happy with this. Is basically the backbone of the game. Behind this, it won't look like this in the game. This won't be the starting area, certainly. I'm just using it for the start at this point because it's easy to be able to select any of those characters and get into it. So if I actually, I need to just take the extra scene. I need to turn off the Gaia controller that I've got in the extra scene because otherwise it will go into a first-person controller. Let's take the Gaia player out. I should write a bit of code that says if you've got a, if you've got a third-person player in the scene, turn off the Gaia. If you haven't, leave the Gaia on, and that way I wouldn't need to. It wouldn't matter which scene I start to play. If I now go back to the main menu and press play, and I pick the Templar, either the male or female Templar, then it should take me to the extra scene with that character, because that's how I've got it configured in RPG Builder. Templar, let's take the female Templar with the wings. Winged Templar. Give some stats. I may not use this stats thing. I don't know yet. So this is basically a splash screen of the mini-map. You can put whatever text you want here. I'll probably do a cutscene or something with some animation. It's a bit boring. There is a progress bar, but it kind of just jumps to 89% and then stays there. So I want a little bit of a better progress indicator ticking along while it loads the scene. All right, that's interesting. Whatever that was that fell on the ground, I don't know what that was. Okay, so basically I've got my third-person player in there. I don't have the Invector controller on this at the moment. This is still, I think, the Blink third-person controller that's used in the Blink character. It's just got the Quang Fan model in there. And yeah, you can see the user interface at the bottom. I can cast the standard set of spells that are in the template. So straight out of the starting gate, I've got the ability to do some spell. That pink stuff is basically a particle shader that's in the built-in render pipeline that needs to be reworked. So this is Blink RPG Builder in use in the Exeter scene with a Quang Fan asset. Using the mouse as input and the keyboard as input. And if I middle click my mouse, I can disable my mouse pointer, and now I can actually click stuff down here. So I can go to the developer panel, and for example, what I like to do is actually increase the movement speed so I can get around the city a bit quicker when I'm testing. So let's do that. So our animation cycle is incredibly fast now. She won't jump any higher, but she'll run a lot faster. And all the other things are in there. So if I press I get the inventory panel. There's no inventory in this scene that I can pick up. There's nothing I can interact with. There's a character panel where you've got your stats on display, but you can also drop. So if you bring up the inventory panel, you can drop or right-click inventory, and it will jump to, the helmet or whatever. What else is there? Well, basically, it's like World of Warcraft. So all these panels down here can come up. It's asking me about weapon templates. So this is the talent tree that I can start to play with. And if you've played World of Warcraft, you'll recognise why this sort of seems familiar. It feels like it's me. Spellbook, skills. So you define what you put in here, and you define the user interface, but the database structure behind it all is there, ready to be used. So you don't need to write thousands of lines of code to do this stuff if the package has already got it there. So that's why I liked it. Is just the speed of. I've done a few where I've built databases for this stuff, and it's a real headache sometimes, particularly when it's iterative and you discover that something that you've just added, which is really cool, breaks a lot of the other stuff that you had previously done. So I like the fact that Blink produce this software, and they're very active in their Discord. They provide a lot of support, and they're taking this product onto other things. So you can socket gems into weapons and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, at the moment, it's for keyboard and mouse, so that's not going to work with a gamepad controller. So I need to rework and rethink about how the UI is going to make sense for PC platform and for, well, actually, even on a PC, if you use a gamepad controller, then how are you going to click things? You know, it doesn't make sense. So you need to map controls to these somehow. But overall, it's pretty cool. If I go into developer panel and take some combat, alter health minus 20. So you can see a health bar going down there. It's gradually healing again. She died, and of course it did actually trigger the death animation, but it obviously didn't trigger on the ground. So there's, I haven't even tested that before. I've not done this test before. So, but it does respawn the character back at the spawn point, all that sort of stuff. So out of the box, it's actually doing an awful lot of work for a developer. The mini map is now working by the look of it. So it's actually navigating the player through the mini map, which is great. That wasn't working before. And that's a mini map of this town or city that I've created using Blink's, one of Blink's tutorials. So it's starting to come. The elements are starting to come together. There's a few areas that I'm not totally convinced how to do yet. I need to figure stuff out. But for the most part, I think building levels, adding items, building out all that stuff in Blink is pretty straightforward. It's literally going into that database and adding stuff to it. These spells, for example, you can take the existing ones as they are and tweak them, give them a different name, give them a different icon. One of the packs I've got has got 4,000 icons in it. So I've got it in a UI folder somewhere down here. 4,000 fantasy icons, and you just completely customize the UI and customize the name of things, and it becomes your own. And obviously you play with the stats and things, but you can start with something that is in a working state and tweak it rather than have to create it completely from scratch. So yeah, RPG Builder's definitely a core part of probably these elements here, and it's going to have to talk to these other parts. Actually, some of it's already working. So the bits that I haven't done a lot of work on is Rewired with VR. I've done some stuff with Steam VR in Unity, using the Steam control through using Steam VR to control using the HTC Vive headset, because it doesn't have its own drivers. It's using Steam VR to do that. But I haven't figured out how to plug that content into Rewired yet. I know there's a way to do it. I just haven't done that bit yet. So VR, I'm not totally focused on at the moment. I'm focused on getting the third person working. And then I'll probably do some work with the cameras to be able to zoom the mouse into, or zoom the gamepad controller into first person, which effectively is like that Gaia controller. And one of the things I want to do over the next couple of weeks is to get the Malba's horse riding going again and the dialogue system so that I can call this salsa lip sync on those characters through interaction, through Blink. If that makes sense. So yeah, lots and lots of pieces. Jigsaw puzzle basically, or a Lego set, I guess. How are we doing for time? 12:30. So I think the castle's. Just coming back to this now. The castle's taking shape. There are a few things that I need to fix up. There's a couple of things there. So that didn't have a collider on it. So I'm just going to take them out for the moment because I don't need that. Let's hide it. I actually don't need the fence there at all. It's not really adding anything. Why have I got two there? Oh, that's that one. Okay, that's that one. So that was all working quite well. We needed lights everywhere, but lighting is going to be its own challenge, I think. So that's good. I think that bit's all fine. I don't really need these. So I'm going to take them out. Clutter the scene too much. I'm not using this thing. That's a bit that I needed to work on down here. This was something I needed to fix. So you can get down behind here. You can actually see under the ground here, which is no good. So I need to fix some terrain on this side. Or add something at the top of that staircase, which probably makes more sense. All right. Oh, I didn't add a couple of. I should have updated this thing. So above Gaia, if I was going to draw it in a diagram, it's actually, why don't I just update this? It's very Mickey Mouse, but for me, it's helpful to remember what all these pieces are. I think that's going to be core database. And then up here is sort of in the world. We have the weather system. What's it called? Enviro. So that's doing the sky control. It's doing time of day, time of year, whether it's talking to, it talks to a number of things actually. Fog volume, which I've got. So fog volume 3, vegetation studio, Pegasus, Veg Studio. I don't have I have Microspat, but I haven't got it in this thing. Global Snow is the other one it's got. So Global Snow. So you can use that as a backbone for the weather system for the whole game. And then if you do have specific assets that are doing specific elements of it, like you really like the fog because you're doing, graveyards all the time, then you can have Enviro control fog volume to do stuff. And it's got an integration with it, which is fantastic. And it's got like multiplayer stuff in here as well with Photon. So that's got quite a few integrations. I don't have CT. I don't think you can get CTS anymore, which I think is a procedural worlds terrain shader. I don't think they make it anymore. Because I was looking at that. So you've got Enviro there. That's a pretty core part. Gaia's, the procedural worlds ones are pretty core. I'm sort of highlighting here. I'm not using Yuma, unfortunately. Valkyrie probably not, and neither of these ones. So I'm just going to put here, take night out, take female night out, and put Quang Fan player. Let's player characters. Knight Errant is one of the player characters from a different artist. And the Infinity PBR humans are probably going to be most of the NPCs. So we got Salsa dialogue systems. They're in. That's in. That's in. That's in. They're in. That's installed. I haven't started working on it yet. That's installed. That's installed. Fmod isn't installed at the moment in this project. Pegasus is. That is. These things are all going to come from this. Since UI with what's called Obsidian. Obsidian RPG UI. In Control's not in there anymore, so Rewired is the product I'm using. And what else is missing from this picture? Oh, yes. So you've got Crypto 289 Water. Crest Oceans, Ocean Waves. River Auto Material. RAM. And the lava one as well. So they're pretty key. Let's take this integrations back to over here somewhere. Let's look at the tools, because this is where... Okay, so there's various tools here that build the environment up, build the game. The green ones are the ones I'm actively using right now. The blue ones are on my to-do list shortly, so you can see the Invector stuff is there. I may use Ultimate FPS to do the first-person control. I'll see how I go. But you can see there's a number of Invector. These are all Invector add-ons for this thing. That's an AI system for controlling enemies and getting them into different types of behavior. The core gameplay parts are in. There's optimization tools galore here to be used. There are quite a few special effects that go in as well. So we've got the KWS water system. There's underwater effects, global snow, fog volume, EnviroCrest, LVE, lava, volcano, and RAM. These are the two products that do the flowing water and flowing lava, which is basically kind of the same thing. And then there's a whole lot of packs that do special effects or either things to the environment like fire and explosions or time control, or destructibles. So you can hit a wall and the wall actually falls apart with that. Or Ignis, where you can set fire to things. And then you've got the special effects which the character would do, which would be, firing a whole lot of arrows or casting a magic area of effect spell or something like that. So these come into play with the RPG builder calling on these effects to make the spell or the firing of arrows visually interesting. So this stuff's ready to go whenever I need it. There's a whole lot of stuff here that I'm not going to use, so I'm gradually sort of culling stuff out of the picture to try to simplify which assets I'm actually going to use. So the full picture is hundreds of assets really, but the core of it is the ones I'm putting into this table. Where is that table? Did I put it back? So that one, integration, compatibility matrix. That's the one I want. Move that one back. It's really integrations now because I've figured out what's compatible. It's just about structuring the game around these core products, and a lot of the assets that are 3D objects just go into this environment, get plugged in somewhere. The core assets are sitting in the tools, in the world building, in the player controller, the camera controller, the input controllers, the audio feed, and the core gameplay. That sort of stuff is the stuff you've really got to figure out early on. And really all these 3D assets that are sitting there, these packs are just full of 3D things that are going to go into the environment. So I wouldn't call these core. They're certainly like the detailed medieval castle, detailed medieval village. They are pretty core to the Exeter scene because they make up 90% of the building and walls and things that are in that scene. But they're not, I wouldn't have said they're core assets. Obviously, there's animation packs that get used. There's audio files that get used, music, voiceovers, all those sorts of things. And the characters themselves, so this is something that I've spent quite a bit of time figuring out is, and I sort of chopped up my asset list into categories. So basically you've got animals that will be wild animals, which are effectively props. They are in a forest and they have an animation cycle and they're using they're going to use Emerald AI 3.0 to swarm or to move around and do things in the environment. So they're basically not really that interactable. You've got pets and mounts that are interactable through predominantly through Malbas. So have I got Malbas in my list here? Yes, I've got Malbas horse anim set pros there. So that's a core part of it. So these things all talk to Horse Anim Set Pro. There's the HAP Invector plugin between Horse Anim Set Pro and the Invector Shooter controller. And you need that in order to be able to use the Invector thing and ride the horses and fire the weapons from Horse Anim Set Pro. And then I've got stuff that gets added to the character. So you've seen me use the Dawn shader these are the Quang Fan shaders that I've been applying to get them to work in the Universal Render Pipeline. So that's handling the shading on all the materials and PBR textures and all those sorts of things. We've got Eye Advance, which is doing the textures on the eyeballs. I haven't yet put in realistic eye movements here. I'm seeing how I go with Salsa because Salsa's got that too. And I may use this if Salsa doesn't cut it. So I'm kind of waiting to see. And then these things are probably going to come into play when I start building up the animations around them. There's my 12 player characters. One of them, Knight Errant from Shao Kahn. And then I've got a set of non-player characters that will have voiceover dialogue, which means their mouth and their face is rigged for dialogue. And you've seen me work on Blacksmith and Merchant. I know the Infinity PBR humans can do that, so that's plenty good. I've got another pack here I haven't even brought in yet called Knight's Plate Armor. That's got skin mesh renderers on and blend shapes on the knight head, so that's good. That's going to be really good. The Peasant Woman has some of these other ones not, and I'm not sure about Yuma, the multi-purpose avatar. I may not need it because I think the Infinity PBR human will probably do what I need. And then I've got a load of sort of prop people, basically, sort of background people that will be in the world, but you won't necessarily be interacting with them. They're not going to have voiceover because they don't have mouth rendering. They either don't have a mouth mesh or they don't have the rigging to do it. So then I've got equipment packs, which are mostly Infinity PBR. There's a ton of stuff in here. So this can equip over the top of the Infinity PBR human character because they're just assets. You can actually apply these over the top of the other characters. So I'm actually going to use these armor packs and accessories and these armor packs. I forget how many assets are in here. Lots. And in different configurations, put them over the top of these characters and see what fits over their existing equipment. Because there'll be a different shape to the human characters. And I know the Infinity PBR, they've got blend shapes for the other parts of the body, not just the face. So they've got blend shapes for the biceps and things like that. So you can rescale the armor over the top of the Infinity PBR characters. But I prefer the look of these characters. So I'm using these for the player characters. And I want to use these armor sets on these characters through RPG Builder. So these will be the items that you pick up in the game. There'll be drops, there'll be ones that you craft, and then you equip them on these characters, or you see them on an NPC that is wearing them in different configurations. So that's where all this stuff's coming in. There are devils and demons and things in the game, and skeletons and necromancers and all that sort of stuff. So there's all this stuff coming in. Lots of monsters, zombies, wraiths. Monster Ancient is just an awesome pack. I've got the Reaper already working. There's a plague on, so there's famine, all these sorts of things. There's going to be insects and all sorts of nasty stuff. There's a fire skeleton that I absolutely love. It doesn't support the universal render pipeline, so I am working on it to rewrite the shader in universal render pipeline. This guy. I liked it so much, I thought I have to have this asset. It's just absolutely fantastic. And 99% of the work is actually in the shader. So I'm trying to rewrite a shader and rewrite it for a different render pipeline. But this works so well for the game in the storyline. And it's got these flames that come out of various parts and always go upwards. So I think he's got a part here where the character is rotated and you still see the flames going upwards, and it actually move in whichever direction the character's moving, which is so good. So the shader is handling all this stuff. It works really well in the built-in render pipeline, but it's completely pink in the universal render pipeline. So I'm reworking it with a shader product. I can't remember which one, to try and get this a very similar effect. So I can use not necessarily the skeleton so much, but the shader on a number of different aspects. But it is really good. It looks really good up close. The flames, you can control the brightness. You can control how quickly it sort of moves up through the body. It works really, really well, and the texturing really makes it pop out. It just looks fantastic. So he is definitely in the mix, even though he's not in the right pipeline. So I'm reworking that as I go. And yeah, you get these sort of flare effects coming off it, these little particles that come off as well. So I've got a built-in render pipeline project that I'm deconstructing this guy and the shader. And then I've got another URP project where I'm reconstructing him with my version of the shader and then comparing the two to try and get them to converge, so that I can do a similar effect to this. I may not get there, but hopefully I can get it looking something like this, because it's just fantastic. And then I can apply that shader to anything. You can burn down a building with this just by applying that shader to the materials in that building. I did write off to Goblin Workshop, but I haven't heard back. So it's I really want a URP version. Anyway, it's just rewriting the shader. And I'm using, what shader tool am I using for that? Amplify Shader Editor is the tool that I'm rewriting that shader with. I'm using Shader Control to keep track of all the shaders in the project, because there's a lot of the assets come with shaders, and so you've got a limit on the number of shaders you can actually have, a number of the keywords that the shaders use. So you've got to try and optimize those shaders, and that's what I'm using that for, is to keep track of them and to clean them up, the ones I'm not using and the ones that are broken, the ones that are built in render pipeline. I've got a lot of skyboxes here that are on hand if I need them. If Enviro needs additional skyboxes, I'm probably going to use this one, this All Sky product, because it's just got so many of them embedded in it. And I think that is, apart from the 3D assets, which is just stuff, all sorts of buildings, dungeon parts, caves. I've sort of put them in categories to make them easier to quickly identify. and you can see what I'm doing over here on the right is to pick a design a scene. These will be levels, or they'll be world areas. And for that type of thing, if I'm building a temple, which assets would I pick from which packs? Which ones would apply? And that sort of matrix has helped me sort of identify, okay, all these statues and idol things that I've got, they make a lot of sense to put in a temple or a castle. So it's very easy for me then to kind of go, well, I'm building this out. If I filter on this, then it gives me a short list of the asset packs that I should be looking at to grab stuff from. So I found that very useful to actually do it this way. I don't know whether other people would do this, but for me, because there's so many different areas in the world that are doing different things and have different moods and different, there's wilderness, there's sewers, the dungeons, catacombs. I want them to have assets in there that are appropriate to that environment. And, you can tell some of these packs, 280 variants of assets in there. You figure out how you're going to use them. And the easiest way for me is to sort of think about it from the point of view of, okay, if I've got, a dungeon, what am I going to put in that dungeon? Well, it's probably not going to be a lot of plants. It's going to be walls, all this stuff, ivy, rocks and boulders, a sewer kit, dungeon kit, weapons, food and drink packs, potions, bones, graveyard stuff, medieval lanterns. So a lot of these packs are actually free. I accumulated quite a few free packs when I first started, just to sort of, I like the look of that, I'll get that one, just accumulate them, and over probably a couple of years, and then figure out what a level might look like and what it might have in it, and see where the gap is. If I want to build a space level where you're in orbit, then do I have anything that can do that? Obviously not in a medieval game, but that's been my approach, is to gradually accumulate assets that are either free or on special, that fill a need in the game for what my vision is for the game. So there's no pirates in the game, but this Pirates Island is very good. There's a lot of assets in this pack that will work quite well for a beach. So yes, that's kind of been my approach. And I'm not too worried about the fact that a lot of these don't work in the universal render pipeline. I just reapply different shaders and they're good to go. So that's kind of been my approach over the last year or so, I guess. Anyway, back to the game. So what else am I going to do with this? I think what I want to do, doing way too much talking, need to do more development. I think what I want to do is actually drop in some inns, because I've got the churches, I've got the Smiths, the Smithen Street smithies going, and I've got the market area started. They're a little bit spaced out weirdly. I don't want to mix that up a bit. I just want to drop them in, and then I'll reposition stuff. So I think what I want to do is actually grab the inns pack from the buildings, 3D Forge buildings, I think it is, and start using a few of those in this scene. So 3D Forge, premium blueprints, and Sword and Shield Inn, I think, is one of them. Medieval Adventure might be the other one. It's hard to remember. It's been a while. Inns. There we go. There's a few there. Okay, so we can drop a few of them in. And I really have no idea where inns would be in medieval Exeter. They're probably not quite as easy to predict as maybe the churches. So I'm just going to plonk a few in, and I believe these have stuff inside them. There you go. So they're slightly different look to the asset. They're flatter assets. They're kind of rectangles. A lot of them that have been, you can tell with the chairs they've been made as rectangles. And the shader probably needs a bit of tweaking to reapply a bit of normal maps to these to make things pop out, because it does look very flat, and the look doesn't always work like it does with the barrels and other things, but sometimes things in these packs look a bit flat. So I'm going to put them in until I find a better asset that I can replace them with, or I can edit these to deal with the things that look most broken. So for example, bacon and eggs, or steak and eggs and mushrooms. I'll probably go through the scenes, hide stuff that I don't think works, and put in my own stuff that I think works better. And I may end up editing some of these textures on the walls to use a better brick. I've got lots of brick textures, so but it's good. There's a lot of work that's gone into these, so I want to just use them for the time being. So I'm just going to plonk a few of these in. Knowing England, there would be inns everywhere. That's a bit odd. I don't know why that's done that. Why is that over there? This is what I saw before. The gizmo is over there. Plop a few in there. Just picking different ends to get a different variation. Gizmos stuffed up again. Why that's doing that? It's like the origin screwed up on that. Taking me to redo it. That's better. Maybe it was the way I dragged it in there. Pubs and churches. My dad actually painted in his earlier years in one of the series of paintings that he did. I think they were oil paintings with pubs and churches, which made for quite an interesting set of paintings. Very English thing. Let's do something up here. Not too worried if they go into the ground at the moment. Just have something in the scene to start with. Need to fill up Exeter with something. And of course you need NPCs to have somewhere to interact with people, so then there needs to be places. I haven't put any houses in yet, so the medieval village pack will probably be doing a lot of that. I suspect I'm going to be fiddling with these 3D Forge ones, though, because they have a slightly different look, and I need to converge these looks to make them work together a bit better. Where are we? So this is actually the cathedral zone. So that is actually supposed to be the cathedral. So that's supposed to be really big. I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do that yet, or whether I'm going to do that. I don't know that I'm going to build a cathedral. I might just build a big church. All right, that's enough ends of that. I'm going to take the other one that I had there, which was sword and shield in, which is a different blueprint. This one's a much bigger in, and I would say that that's going to sit nicely in there, in that gap. So the market zone. suspect this is going to load up the scene. I don't know how many assets are in the scene now, but I suspect it's getting heavy. And I haven't decorated it with plants or anything yet, so it needs. I need to slice this up with a product called Sector from Procedural Worlds to break up the terrain into smaller zones that can then be loaded into memory. I've already working on only one terrain square at the moment, but I will be using Sector to kind of chop up the city. And the idea behind having these quadrants, they actually correspond nicely with how Exeter is structured. I think one of the diagrams I've got here this is from 1792. So that's the West Ward. You've got the South Ward where the market is, where the this is where the Smithen Street. So this is where the Smiths are. And then you've got the East Ward where the cathedral is, which takes you all the way to the wall, and then you've got the North Ward where the castle is. So basically, those make reasonable quadrants on the map. I just don't know if it's going to slice up exactly like that, but that's the plan anyway, is to have a reasonable distribution of assets in each of those wards or sections of the map. I know this one's the busiest at the moment just because it's got a lot of interesting NPCs in it. All right, so that's. I might put that same asset in somewhere else, and I'll change it up. It won't be exactly like that. That's a good start point for it. All right, save. Okay, churches. Where is that? That is part of the castle gates. Castle. Outer Bailey. I think that's part of that. He's an NPC. So this kid is actually part of. What's he part of? He is part of a pack. Called Villager. I think that's what it is. No. Villager. I'll take him out already. Oh, there you go. Fantasy Horde Villagers. So this pack from Polygon Maker has lots of villagers in it. The look isn't quite right. I don't know if it's going to stay in the game, but I like the variety. So they've got a lot of different prefabs here, some of which may work in these sort of background people that you don't interact with at a distance, you know. But yeah, the look isn't quite fitting in the game at the moment, so they may not make it. Some are okay. He's just going to stand in his T-pose at the moment. Right, I think I just want to quickly organise these assets. So that's actually part of the castle now. Castle, Cliff Rock, Medieval Door. What's that there? The Inns. Okay, so I need a new folder called Inns. If I can spell. Churches, Inns. And these things are all part of the castle somewhere. So this scene is getting huge. And it's going to get bigger. At least I'll chop it up. Okay. Next, I think I want to bring in some residential houses, I think, just to start filling in some of these blank areas with where people actually live. So I'm going to use the detailed medieval village pack for this because they've got lots of good building prefabs in here. So let's just grab. Let's just quickly take you through what's in this pack because it's quite. They look really good. They look really, really good. Demo house. So there's a small sort of. It's not quite a house, but it's a room, I guess. Yeah, they're kind of rickety looking. Some of these. Getting the look to work with some of the other assets could be a bit challenging. But I prefer this look. I'm actually going for this look, and I'll need to modify the other assets to look more like this. So they're kind of messy. They're kind of haphazard, thrown together. I mean, the assets aren't. They're carefully crafted, but the look shows that whoever's making these buildings, they're short of funds. They're using whatever materials they can find. It's just a really good look for this sort of Dark Ages sort of look. And I know that some of these buildings would not have been made in the Dark Ages. But that's the look I'm going for anyway. So there's various sections here to build up, make custom buildings. So potentially I could be making some custom prefabs to do this stuff. Some of the buildings you can get inside. This one, obviously, you're looking at it from the outside. It's not supposed to be entered. And some of them are wall pieces that you can use to actually get to build a building that you can get inside. So you've got to kind of look carefully at the prefabs. That's obviously just a roof section that goes on top of another block. Yeah, so it could just be a question of dropping in some of these assets and just sort of experimenting with what might work, really. Just a bit of a play. Walkways, bridges and things. And they look really good up close. They look good at a distance. So that's the prefabs. I think in here they've got the individual pieces. Some mason, the prefabs here. So it's fantastic. It's brilliant wall section. Yeah, just really, really good quality prefabs. So I think I'm going to be using these a fair bit to actually fill out Exeter. I think a lot of it's getting familiar with how to plug these bits together to actually make a building. The staircases are easy, but certainly the steps are easy. But some of these areas are, I don't know quite how that's used. I'm assuming it holds up a floor or something. So I might need to look at some of the templates. Prefabs here. I might take the demo scene and pull some prefabs out of it to use because it's roof sections. I'm not a builder, so I don't know what the name of some of these things are. And I don't know structurally how you'd use them. It's obviously steps for one side of a wall, so you have to be careful. It's a single-sided shader, so you place that against something. Terrain, materials, okay. Fences, okay, that could be useful. Yep, definitely use that. Nice. Very, very nice. Extensions. Okay, so these are add-on to buildings to make stuff unique. Doors. Okay, these were the doors that I pulled out before. That's good. They're really nice. Really good. Chimneys. Cool. Yeah. Bridges. Now I do want to use this somewhere. It's not long enough to actually go across the River Exe because the River Exe is much, much longer than that. But if they're in pieces, I might be able to raise up one side, go along for a bit, and then bring it down the other side. I might be able to use some of these pieces. Windows. And again, Dark Ages, I don't know that people had glass. But let's assume they did, just for sake of argument. Yeah, so they look good. Interiors. Okay, so these are interior parts. Can't quite see inside that, but I'm assuming that that's okay. First floor. Okay, so you can build. It's Lego basically. You plug the stuff on top of other pieces. And then we've got complete houses, which I think is what I want to start with, just to get something going. And then I'll have a closer look at them and start deconstructing them a little bit, I think. Some of these are... So they're composite. Okay. Yep. House large. Yep. Wow. That was cool. I'm seeing some of these assets for the first time because it's hidden in these folders down here. Well, that bridge section there, that could potentially work for the River X, because most of this is submerged, but this would go into the ground. So I could use one of those and run it across potentially. Yeah, like that. I reckon that's a goer. I reckon that's going to work. I reckon that's going to work quite well. Okay, so let's go out here. Take this guy out that I'd made, because it was a fudge, basically. Take that out, and I'm going to put in this. Actually, I should start where the river is deepest. Get this lined up. Let's have a few. Okay. Yes, that's much better than what I had. Much better. So I haven't got the river auto material in there or anything like that, but just in terms of what's going to be visible under the water, I think that's 100 times better than what I had. So take out that stuff, that was rubbish. And it's using the same asset again and again and again, so there's nothing fancy about it that I'm really working on. So it's a question of joining them up, really. Or overlapping them partially. Let's try and... I know that's not what the medieval bridge actually looks like. This is what it actually looks like. But it's hard to say whether that bridge was built in 500 AD. Whether any of this was Roman, I don't know. I need to research that. It's definitely had multiple changes to it over, you know, hundreds and hundreds, even thousands of years. But it's hard to say whether this sort of thing might have existed at the time. So I'm going to assume it did, and just work with that. All right, so let's get this looking like it connects. Okay. Oh. They had stone the new arches. They certainly did. This, yeah, this bit worries me. I would feel a bit uneasy crossing that. Having said that, I think it would look a bit odd if I merge them in, because they just start overlapping and cropping each other. Not cropping it, yeah, just intersecting each other, which just looks a bit odd. I don't know quite how to solve that yet. Anyway, let me just get these in here and see if we can get it looking half reasonable. All right, and I'll channel that out again. Can you mirror and cut part off? Yeah, probably could. You know what? I think this is actually a nested prefab, which means there's various elements of this that can be, you know, I might be able to take that block and put it in here. I just want to have something in there that looks better than what I had. And it's an iteration on what I had. And it certainly looks a lot better. Okay, and drops these down very gradually. Rotate it very gradually. This is probably not going to work. I need to do the same thing with this one, I think. Okay. It's a little bit samey. I'm going to mix it up just slightly. Dropping one and raising one. Okay, see, it's certainly an improvement over what I had. Because it's intersecting the ground there, it's looking fine from where underneath, which is the biggest improvement. I think I'll do the Gaia player and just see what it looks like from the player's perspective, first person. Turn that on. Save. I might go and have a look at the ins as well while I'm at it. Before I do that, I'm going to remove the doors on a couple of ins so I can get into them. I always forget to do that. Does that get rid of the collider? That's going to be an interesting thing. I don't know if there's a collider on that. Looks like just a mesh and mesh collider. Actually, what I can do is turn off the collider on it. Just need to remember that I've done that. And luckily, I'm recording the video, so I can go back and refer to this. Let's take that mesh collider. So I'll be able to walk through the doors. I want to see what they look like inside. I've been in some of them before. I just can't remember the layout. Like I said, the look is not quite right yet. I just want the variety at the moment, but the look, the colour scheme is not quite right, which I think is just a lot of work with the shaders and possibly editing some materials and things. The hard work, which is the mesh, is good. Mesh collider's taken off. Okay. Did I do that one? No, that one. And the big one down here, I think I'll do. Definitely lots of interesting stuff, and I do actually want to explore it and order myself an ale from one of these places. And in fact, is that ready to go in there? No, she's not ready to go in there. So the peasant woman character has blend shapes, I believe. So that's probably a character I may work on next. So I need someone who's going to be in the inn serving. I just think whether or not I've got peasant woman. It's going to be either that or the human Infinity PBR human one. I think I might try this one because this one does have blend shapes on it. All right, so let's give this a burl and see what it looks like from a first-person perspective. Scene is heavier, which is not surprising. I feel it being a little bit sluggish. Turn the UI off. A little bit sluggish. Let's have a look at the stats. Yeah, we're down about 20 frames per second now. Could be the snow, could be the rain, the fact that there's a lot more assets in there now than there were before. It's up about 30 when we're not looking at anything fancy. It certainly drops when we look in this direction. So yeah, it's going to be heavy until I do some optimization. All right, let's see if we can find the bridge. The sun's so bright, it made me sneeze. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. The collider's working. I can feel getting stuck behind the handrail there. Certainly looks the part. Going in the water. Yep, looks the part under the water too. The water material's definitely not right. It's just a placeholder at the moment. Okay. And I think by the time you're over here, you're unloading the scene and going somewhere else. Let's go back. Yep, certainly traversable. Looks all right. Okay. Let's have a look at these inns. Oh, I need to put some water mills here with their water wheels because that's what they were using back in the day. There's my main picture here. So you can see the water wheels on these canals. The road at the bridge actually looks a lot wider, so I might widen that asset big enough for a cart because it's the main way to get on the other side. And yeah, there's a few other channels and things that I might do later, but Again, they're just placeholders at the moment. Okay. I may need to chop up this scene before I do too much more adding. Let's go into one of these inns and order an ale. Hello, market man. Yeah, a little bit slow. I think it's going to be this new set of assets that have. Okay, so I can get inside. Cool. All right. So it's looking pretty funky in here. It's got lots of lights and things going on. So there's lots of things going on inside the building that don't need to be rendered from the outside, and I don't know if they are actually making an impact. Obviously, the height of the ground is a bit off from this asset. They don't look too bad actually in this light. The fact that they're the 3D Forge ones. When you get inside the building, I think it's a different story. When you're outside and the building doesn't look like it fits in with the town, that's where I want to deal with it. Yeah, lots and lots of assets. I mean, books and candles and stuff. So there's a whole lot of stuff here that can be optimized. It's still somehow got to be referenced in the scene, but not necessarily loaded. So that's where Sector's going to come in, I think, and chop up the scene a bit more and page it as it needs it. So that's looking okay. There's an area back here too. Okay, so that's the chef's cooking stuff. So look at one of these other ones. Okay, different layout. Yeah, so I'm not brilliantly happy with that texture. Kind of looks okay if you don't stare at it too much, but if you get close, it loses all its believability because it's just a completely flat texture, and it needs a height map or a normal to actually make those bricks pop out, which I think could be fixed by just taking a copy of that texture and colouring it in the right way to actually make the normals pop, and then plug it into a different shader to actually fix that on all buildings that use that material. So that could be fixed. Oh, nice, we've got the sun coming in. That's cool. It's got colliders on the tables. That's good. So we're not walking through. We're walking through the chairs, but not the tables. Okay. It's kind of okay. Yeah. Someone's actually living here. Brilliant. Cool. Let's check out a different. I just want to see the different configurations we've got. That's the same as the other one. Okay. Slowing down. Not surprising. Yeah, you're doing 10 frames per second at this point, so there's a lot of stuff happening. It's actually moving okay. It's reasonably responsive. But I certainly want to get it back up over 30. I'm not happy with 10 or 20. These models here, the castle scene actually renders pretty quickly, so I'm not worried about this one so much now. Need to have a really good explore of this area. Let's see what this looks like without the lighting still. Yeah, that's going to look pretty cool, I think. Basement areas where you go to different levels. the rope looks good. The cork modelled in there, but there's just some things about the 3D forged stuff that look a bit flat, which I'm going to have to fix. A lot of it's okay. Alright, better feel for that now. Alright, so what I might do now that I've done it in first person is take it in third person and see how that works with the player character, because that's an additional load that I'm not doing with just the Gaia controller, and I want to see if it's still playable, because it's going to affect my ability to do incremental testing if I'm already loading up the scene beyond my machine's capacity to draw it. So I'm going to turn off the Gaia player, go back to the main menu, and pick a Templar. Actually, I should load one of the game and creating new characters. I should be able to select one that I've done. Exeter test, that'll do. Assuming he's not stuck in some wall somewhere. Can't remember if I got him wedged. Alright, how are we doing? So that's interesting. We're up at 40 or 50 frames per second now. That is interesting. Now it's dropping. Yeah, okay. 40 or 50, and you look at the 3D Forge stuff, and it drops down to 8. So that tells me it's those assets that need optimizing, and they're obviously bringing in a whole lot of other. I was using the detailed medieval stuff before predominantly. There are a few 3D Forge buildings here with the Blacksmith and so forth, but now that I'm bringing in the inns, there's a lot of assets in these inns, and it's chugging now to try and draw it. So 6 frames per second yet, and it's got the character, the real character playing in there. So it will work. It's just going to be really sluggish until I do stuff to optimize. Okay. It looks reasonable. And it might be one of those situations where when you get into an inn, you unload the extra scene and you're loading a quick indoor scene, depending on what's going on the indoors. I'd rather not be loading levels all the time. So if I can do it in an open world setting, I'll try and use sector to actually chop it up, because these buildings on their own are not a problem. I suspect there's just a lot of stuff in memory that it's having to hold on to, because if I go outside it's going to have to render them, so it needs to know about them, like the city walls and stuff. But out here, once you're not looking at it, it's fine. If it's not in your viewport, it's absolutely fine. Getting nearly 50 frames per second there, that's good. 60, 70. Yeah, so it is where it's kind of as I expect it when it gets chocker. What I'm worried about is why the content inside those buildings would be slowing down the render on the outside. Is it trying to keep track of the fact that all these candles are sitting inside these buildings? That I don't know. I don't know if that's going to have an effect. I need to look at these stats and see what's doing the batches. The draw calls and things. Oh, so the blocking's working. That's good. His skin's poking through his armor a little bit. I need to adjust that. So he's doing the Blink RPG stuff, the Blink controller. So okay, that's 22:10. Yeah, it's definitely the 3D Forge stuff that's putting it over the top at the moment. And it's not 3D Forge by itself, it's the fact that I'm adding the 3D Forge to an already large scene. So I'm getting close to where I need to start doing some optimization. Otherwise it's just not going to be testable for me. So I think I need to be looking at Sector tomorrow and see if I can get that process started. Do something with the camera too. The other thing is, of course, how it performs in the editor is not necessarily representative of how it will be in the game. So if I quit out of this, I'm actually going to run the compiled executable that I've compiled the other day. I'll just switch my screens over because it'll run in the other screen. So I'm going to bring you guys across here, run that in the other panel, and edit my Twitch stream to use the other screen, hopefully. That one wants to be entire screen. I think it changed to monitor 2, monitor 1. There we go. There we go. All right. So this, what you're seeing on this screen now, is actually the executable compiled build from either yesterday or the day before. And it performs quite well. It's pretty snappy, actually. You saw how quick the scene loaded there. The animation cycles are really good. This is obviously the Blink RPG builder scene, so this is low poly apart from the character. So let me go back out to the main menu and take the Crusade, the Templar, because this was the one that goes into Exeter. So Exeter test ABC. I'm just giving it a unique name, otherwise it's going to spit chips at me. And this scene would normally take about a minute or so to load. It should be a quick. There you go, and you actually get a progress bar this time around. And that's a lot quicker, a lot quicker. There's actually a frame rate. I don't know if you can see it, but there's actually a frame rate down the bottom here. And it is fluctuating, I think, because the snow's just started in here. But it feels responsive. It's nice to play full screen for a change, actually, and not in the editor. There's the dude. I think this was after I got the merchant, but before I got the blacksmith in, so gives you an idea of how up to date this is. There's the dude, the cross-eyed dude, with all those blend shapes that I'd added to him. So I'd actually started working on taking his hair and putting a cloth physics on it so that it would flop. So his hair would sort of flop over from like a cloth physics that he's got on his back there. It's got, you can see the movement on that. I wanted to do that with his hair. I haven't quite got that working yet, but he's going to be a character. So again, this is without any optimization. This is just literally doing a build, and it's working pretty well. I can take that. Let's speed up his movement again, so I can get around the world a bit quicker. There we go, that's better. Run, boy, run. Okay, put you in there. Through the other side of the castle. Definitely got camera problems to work through. Nighttime cycle. Where are you? There you are. The water shader I actually took out at this point because I wanted to redo the pack that it was tied to, so I've redone the shader. He's running a lot quicker than I would normally have him do. Lighting is a little bit off. It's not too bad. Take you up the stairs. If I can get you up there without seeing what I'm doing. No, not the right level. So yeah, the camera is going to be a real issue until I fix that. Because you can't see what he's doing when he's in the stairwell. I'm guessing where my character's going now. Where are you? You're there. Okay. Let's go to this side. Let's see if I can get you up here. You don't have this problem in first person. And I think this is the Blink RPG character controller and the camera that comes with it. So it's obviously not going to work well in these confined spaces. That's where I want to be. Coming up on here. Come on, there you go. That's where I want to be. Beautiful. So yeah, it's actually reasonably responsive. Even with crazy animation speeds. I'm not feeling it being sluggish with the controls at all. It's hard to control him when he's going 50 times the normal speed. There's my old bridge. Bye-bye, old bridge. And in the middle of nowhere, I'm back up to 60 frames per second, which is absolutely not surprising. So, yeah, it's... I'll quit that. So, yeah, that's kind of where the build is up to. It's starting to give me an indication of playability. So I want to change that back to the other screen. All right, cool. Yeah, so optimization. I think what I want to be doing sooner rather than later, is adding sector. So if I go to my assets and I look at sector, sector complete. So this one basically takes your terrain, and whilst the examples show you rooms, you can do it with rooms, but you can also do it with buildings. You can do it with terrain areas and break it up. And you can call them procedurally. It actually works with the audio as well. So if you walk into an inn and you cross a boundary going into an inn, then you can have the inn audio playing when you're inside the inn, and obviously turn off the nature sounds when you're indoors. So yeah, that's the product that I'm going to be using initially, I think, to chop it up and start getting that scene working well. So I'll probably start work on that tomorrow. God, at the time, so it's 1:45 in the morning, so I need to cut this short now. It's been a fairly long session, so I am going to sign off very, very shortly. Thank you for watching. I will be back on tomorrow at 9 p.m. and hopefully I'll do a little bit of work on. I might see how I go with Sector in the day, because I think if I can chop up that scene and make it a little bit more responsive, it's going to help me build out the rest of that scene without too many issues. Otherwise, it's going to be a productivity hit to actually build that out. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thanks for joining the stream. If you like the stream, please follow. Look me up on YouTube. And on YouTube, it's Zarktor Studios. And very quickly, just so that you know, how many browsers have I got open here? New tab. There we go. Zarktor Studios. Okay, so on YouTube, I've actually put up all my previous streams from Twitch. So I generally put them up, like I'll download the video straight after this and then upload it to YouTube overnight, and then it takes a while to process it, but pretty much these streams are on within a day or two. And I go through and I do edit them a little bit every now and again to fix them up, but that's basically where a lot of the content is going now. For permanent, because on Twitch you can only keep it for a couple of weeks, I think, and then they purge it, so I have to grab it while I can. But yeah, check out Zarktor Studios. Obviously check out the game on Steam and wishlist it if you like it. Follow me on YouTube, and I will be back tomorrow and hopefully do a bit of work on Sector. And if Sector then works out, then I'm going to start on I might take this peasant woman and actually do the lip sync thing and the shader thing and fix up that, so I've got another NPC to drop into the scene, because I need to start putting people in these to have dialogue with. So I think that's where I'm going to go with that. Anyway, thank you for watching, and I will see you in the next stream. All right, bye.